New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, and I'm out in the storm. I still come aiming. I hush it and rain.
Whoa.
No fear. Every step I claim, face strong. I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe Season 2 Semi-Finals Day number 2. My name is the 7WG alongside Hot Jukes. And boy, oh boy, Hot Jukes, if yesterday was a big tell sign of what's to come, I'm absolutely excited. How are you feeling, brother?
Bro, I'm so stoked. Let's go. We got Group C coming in today. So we got some new squads going against some absolute just slayers yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see, man. We got some squads too that really need to perform today.
And just so people don't get confused, the team name is actually not the Slayers. The team name that we're kind of hinting at, it's called Kodiak, and they put on a clinic for everybody in the lobby. I'm pretty sure once we end up showing all of the fun stuff on the screen for you guys, you'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about, because this team has a 52-point gap to second place. Whew. So for everybody, Jukes, that's in Group A, but you better be writing them notes down right now. Okay, Kodiak be doing this. we're going to do this because tomorrow Kodiak's not going to be around. This is the last day that they get a chance to play before the finals.
Bro, I think they should be writing some love letters to Kodiak. You know what I'm saying? Hello, Kodiak. I really, really enjoy what you guys do. Please leave us alone today, right? And we will not worry about you at all. Because, I mean, I'm telling you, they could absolutely destroy anybody they want in the lobby. They're a big threat for sure.
I mean, yeah. Do you hear the alarm in the background? That's Kodiak saying, we're coming, baby. We absolutely come.
That's
You
right.
better watch out. I'm excited for it. And I'm excited because, as you mentioned, Group C is going to be coming in. And we do have some new teams showing up, which one of them that I'm really excited for is BX Brothers. This team was able to get that second place during Season 1. I want to see if they can maybe follow it up here with, instead of a second place, maybe a first place. Can they outdo what Kodiak did yesterday?
Ooh, that's going to be the big question here. You know, one thing that I really liked was that we saw Kodiak perform okay in Season 1, right? But come Season 2, they just absolutely went out of their minds. Now, BK Brothers, they actually had a very good performance. I think they placed, what was it, second place? So if they're able to just continue that here, hopefully they did that same level of homework and just come out strong today because they really need to.
Yeah, and if you're some of the other teams, like especially the teams that are going to be towards the bottom of the leaderboard, you know what, we'll get a chance to talk about that later. In case you missed out yesterday's absolute clinic by Kodiak, this is how it's going to end up working now. 24 teams. We're going to end up figuring out which teams are going to head to the grand finals, the best 16 teams. We'll have to see if that's actually true. Over 3 days, all that fun stuff. I mean, you see the 5 matches each day, and the reason why, honestly, I'm hyping up Kodiak so much is because they won in 2 different maps. It's absolutely insane. The first game they won in Erangel, they won the last game in Miramar, and at one point, honestly, the second match yesterday, it looked like they were about to go back to back. This team could have ended up winning 3 out of the 5 matches yesterday. That's how dominant they were.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Kodiak, they look like really a cut above everybody else. I mean, you're looking at the level of gameplay. Their way that they grouped up together was just insane. And like, let's be real, they're gonna go to the finals. I mean, they've already done enough, at least from what I've seen. You know, everybody else though is gonna have to worry. I mean, unless we see Group C go nuts today, then Kodiak may have to kind of be like, oh, but I mean, I really, really doubt that. I mean, here's the point distribution. You know, we've seen this time and time again, but man, BX Brothers, I think that's the squad I really, really want to see make something happen. And there's another squad as well, but I will talk about them in a little bit.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. What do we expect out of BX Brothers, especially coming into today? I know I have a certain idea of what I'm expecting out of them, especially when it comes down to points. What are your expectations for BX Brothers?
Honestly, just good, consistent gameplay at this point, right? I mean, the finals are around the corner. You just want to make sure that you make it there, okay? So that's the standard. As long as you're able to put up a good few solid games, you should be fine. If anything was a telltale sign of yesterday, just avoiding those early game engagements, I think are just going to be so huge. Just get to that late game because, I mean, in Zone 5, we see like 20 people alive, right? And if you're able to just get to that place, I think if you're a team like BX Brothers, you're going to pop off.
Yeah, by the way, for everybody currently watching, this prize pool is going to be for the finals. These are just the semi-finals. We're trying to figure out who is going to be going there towards the finals. A team that has already secured their ticket. You heard me say the name multiple times. I'll say it one more time. It's going to be none other than Kodiak. And in the finals, the top 4 teams are going to be moving on to PMCO EU full split. And you best believe they want to be able to be there. BX Brothers, a team that was able to actually move on from PMCO EEU Season 1 to PMCO EU. They're going to be looking to do the same. Kodiak as well. They were a team that finished in 4th place. So I think these teams are starting to just establish themselves. And they're also, something that you mentioned yesterday, is they're making sure that they let other teams know, hey, come finals, don't come our way, all right? Or you are definitely going to regret it.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, is put your stamp down, say, don't mess with us, don't even touch us. That money is ours. These are the teams and groups that are going to be competing today. And that's going to be Group B versus Group C. Now, the team I was talking about a little bit earlier, Seven, is Star Soldiers Epic. Okay, this is their last day of playing. They had a great game in the final game yesterday, but every other match where they were just, where were they at? You know, we saw Eliseo going out super, super early, and they just could not get things going. So again, I mean, it's just about making it to the finals. So they don't have to go absolutely like bombastic off the rip, right? But as long as they just have some good, consistent points today, they should be able to make it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, they have the fan group and YouTube, but I kind of felt bad for the fan group because everybody kept typing in Eliseo, and every single time we ended up going to the group, he was always either eliminated. He was able to get some eliminations here and there, but he would always be the first player out. And when you kind of have that fan base behind you, sometimes that can get onto you, and then it adds extra pressure because now everybody's looking at you on a bigger stage than what you're used to playing, maybe away from just your live streams or whatever it is that you do, and you're like, oh man, it starts just creeping into your head. It happens. It happens it happens here in esports. It happens in regular sports where players just start getting into their head, and that's just not a headspace that you want to be into.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could definitely go in that direction. I'm hoping that this is going to be one of those scenarios that we've seen in the past where, like, you know, a team is just like, all right, we're gonna qualify for the finals, and then come finals time, we just see them just go crazy. You know what I'm saying? We've seen that happen before. So I'm hoping that's the scenario. But there is that factor, Seven, because I mean, this is a ridiculous squad, to be honest, right? It's got so much talent on their roster, and to see like their star player go out early, I think it was like every match, right? Because even in the last match when they did well, he was out early as well. So I don't know, maybe he was just like, I'll try on day 2, baby, on the last day where everything matters. That's what I hope that he was doing.
Stages like this is when the kids are separated from the man, in a way, when it comes down to gameplay, because then you end up finding out who actually has what it takes to show up and showcase their skills when it matters the most, when the lights are bright, and the lights aren't even that bright because they're probably home with the pillow between their legs, just holding the phone up and making sure that they play. But we've been talking about it. These are going to be the matches of the day. We got a chance to see it earlier. Then you got it. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar. I'm excited, and I'm always going to be excited for Sanhok there in the halfway mark of this match setup, because a lot of teams, and I feel like perfectly yesterday, it kind of worked out in a perfect way for some of the other teams, Jukes, where when we got to Sanhok, they were able to use that to their advantage. One team that definitely came to mind from Sanhok yesterday was Raven Gaming. They ended up with 14 eliminations, 17 total points, and they used that a bit of a booster, of a confidence booster, to just kind of propel themselves there towards the later matches too.
Yeah, it was beautifully done by them, you know, and that was like the only match I think I remember where we saw Kodiak actually not perform like crazy. So that was the big opportunity for so many squads to try to catch up to them. Of course, nobody even got close because they just went absolutely nuts in every single other game, right? But still, it's all about making it to the finals. I cannot stress that enough, right? And the thing is that this is the last day for Group B teams. And when you're playing in this kind of format, we're going to see tomorrow, Group A and Group C, they're going to know exactly how many points they need in order to pass up some other squads and make it on over to those finals. So the last thing you want is to even be in the middle of the leaderboards today. You want to be all the way up at the top, just big chilling. You were like, I don't got to worry about tomorrow. We're in the finals. It's a lock.
I mean, yeah, the threshold is definitely going to be set today, and there's already a bit of a threshold in regards to who wants to be in first place. As I mentioned earlier, Kodiak just with an absolute destruction of everybody else. 89 total points to second place. They currently have a, 52-point lead, which is just ridiculous to Shipzone. Shipzone, a team that's actually not going to be playing today because they are going to be within that Group A. So we'll see what these teams are going to be doing, especially come tomorrow. And then you got Numb, and then you got Reapers Esports as well. I felt like Reapers Esports was one of those teams that started picking it up there towards the end of the day, Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely were. I mean, 5th place, 35 points. They did a great job yesterday. And honestly, like, I'm kind of just doing the math a little bit in my head and just trying to guesstimate. Like, if I was a coach on one of these teams, I would be aiming for a minimum of 40 points. Minimum. I think that if you're able to secure at least 40, your chances are going to be pretty solid, I think, for moving on to the finals. But anything short of that number, and I'm not even saying 40 is safe, but I think that should be like at least where you want to be at, period. What do you think?
I'm going to be absolutely honest with the audience. And I'm just going to say you do not want to be in 16th place, even if you think that qualifies you to the finals. All right. That's all I'm going to put out there. You don't want to be in 16 plays. You want to find yourself somewhere along the lines of a top 10 scenario if you want to be going confident towards the finals. And if you actually want to make sure you secure yourself a spot in the finals, because you never know what's going to happen, babe. We might have some announcements later on after this semifinals are over saying certain things. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that. But overall, I'm looking at those teams that are towards the bottom. I don't know how you need to hype yourself up, whether there is a cold shower, whether there is coffee, whether it's just hop into PUBG Mobile, play against the general crowd, and maybe get yourself 20 elimination chicken dinner to hype yourself up. Whatever it is that you need to do for all those teams at the bottom, especially the single-digit teams. You got Penguin Esports and then Notorious too, that has a lot of veteran players. You got to wake up, and you got to wake up from the first game. You can't have any mulligans today.
Yeah, you really can't. You really can't, because tomorrow is going to be absolutely intense. I've seen it too many times where a team think like, oh, yeah, you know what? We didn't do that great, but we did enough. And then they're sitting back watching on the last day. And then all of a sudden we just see some teams just get a couple solid games under their belt and boom, that's it. They're out just like that. So that's not a scenario you want to put yourself in for sure.
Yeah.
So just go crazy today. So much so that you don't even got to think about tomorrow.
Just be willing to take risk. That's also what it comes down to.
That's
because there's some of the circles that we got yesterday. I mean, you saw teams just be willing to take risk, whether it worked out, whether it didn't work out for them, whatever the case might have been. If you can clutch up those extra points, that could be the big difference of you staying home, or maybe actually going to the finals and getting a chance to just get a piece of that prize pool and also qualify towards PMCO EU fall split. But talking about some of these other teams, let's actually switch it a little bit. Let's talk about players, because I got to go back to Kodiak. I'm intrigued to see like what the MVP is going to be doing, right? I think T ended up with 17 eliminations, over 3,000 damage yesterday. I want to see if they can continue up this performance, or if this is maybe the time for this players and this squad to just mix it up a little bit. If you see BX Brothers struggling, and I'm not putting this out there for them to just hunt BX Brothers, I'm just putting it out this overall. If they see a team that maybe hinders the rotation, hinders their dropping spot, whatever the case might be, hey, you already qualified to the finals. You got absolutely nothing to lose. Maybe go at them.
Yeah. Get after it. I mean, you totally can. I mean, I think I see a lot of teams in this kind of scenario. If you're going to want a team outside of the finals, you want to take out a squad that you know drops near your drop locations, or one that's going to challenge your drop locations in the finals. You don't want to even deal with that scenario at all. So if you have the opportunity to just get rid of those guys and be like, hey, yeah, we're big chilling in the finals, then definitely do it for sure, right? I'm honestly really interested to see the adaptation from yesterday versus today. Right? Because everybody was watching, at least they should have been watching, right? All the Group C teams should have been watching yesterday and have noticed just how crazy the action gets off the rip. We're seeing way too many teams go out so early on, and so much empty space left in those later end games. I wonder if today we're going to see some teams be like, hey, you know what? It's time to lock it, especially those Group B teams. Let's avoid those early engagements. Let's get to late game, and let's put some serious points on the board because we need to.
Well, let's break it down even more, right, for the audience, because maybe some people ended up missing out. So let's actually break that down a little bit more. What you're talking about. What you're talking about in regards is those early fights. I think we saw especially a lot of early fights when we went into Miramar. In Erangel, the first couple of Erangels, we had 2 hot drops, one in Rosshok. It happened again in Rosshok. But now, for those teams, who else is going to be taking over Rosshok? Because the groups are going to be switching. And then towards the later end of the game, we saw a lot of edge play from this place. Whether it was due because of the circle, whether it was due because of how this zone kind of worked out its way, it doesn't matter. If you're able to actually take notes on what some of these teams are doing, you're going to be able to find an opening. I don't know if these teams are going to end up having the map feed after how much VOD review they were able to do. Obviously, this is the PMCO EEU. But if they were able to study all of that, they will definitely see openings there within the map and be like, you know what? These teams aren't taking advantage of a certain compound. These teams aren't taking advantage of a certain position early on. Let's try to get there first. Let's try to position ourselves towards the end game where we can get those eliminations and also clutch up those placement points. Kodiak was able to do that perfectly. Kodiak, even though they did have that bad game in Sanhok Jukes, it didn't matter because they were still being able to be so consistent on the other games that, yeah, you're allowed to have one game bad out of 4, especially out of 5, especially when you almost won 3 games.
Yeah, you know, it's so crazy to watch because, I mean, you're totally right. In PMCO versus other tournaments, PMCO, you have brand new players, you know, touching competitive for the first time. And that factor really comes into play with how the whole entire game lays out, right? So you could do 2 things, at least in my opinion. Whenever I see PMCO, you could decide, hey, let's go and rush the edge because there's going to be some teams very nervous and playing it very carefully, and we could just take advantage of them, of their nervousness, and soak up eliminations. Or towards late game, we could drive to a central position because it's going to be wide open because everybody's so scared playing on that edge side. So you could decide to utilize any of those 2 strategies, usually on day 1. After that, you see some teams kind of be like, all right, we're warmed up, we're in the groove, let's start playing our game so things can start adjusting. That's what I'm going to look at today, right? Are we going to see some of those adjustments? Are we going to see those main locations taken? Because yesterday, come zone 5, we saw like 5 or 6 spots in the center of the circle that were just wide open. Nobody touched it because they thought, oh, they have to be taken right now, right? But no, everybody's too scared to take it, right? So it's going to be interesting to watch for sure.
Yeah, how these teams are going to be rotating, how they're going to be reacting to certain stuff too, like expectations for themselves. I feel like that's something that's not talked about a lot in this scene that definitely needs to be talked about. What are the expectations for the teams to be set? Because sometimes when I talk to big teams that have made it to the global events, they're like, you know what? This is a situation where we are not going to be looking to get that first place. We're not going to be looking to get that win. If it's there, obviously we would want it, but we want to start thinking about our expectations in regards to positioning ourselves. Are we going to be able to position ourselves correctly to maybe get a chance to win that, or to just clutch up a top 5, or maybe expectations in regards to putting themselves in a situation on how other teams will react? Because at the end of the day, even though there is 24 teams here, even though we are going to end up going to the finals, they will be seeing each other. And now there's just so much data that they're going to be able to go over. And I can't wait to see what's going to be happening in this first match, Jukes, because the Erangel, day 2, PMCO EEU Season 2, baby. I'm excited, and I can't wait to see if Kodiak is also going to be just destroying everybody.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a problem, right? We were kind of talking about that a little bit yesterday. For Group B in particular, they're going to have a lot of things going against them, right? And the reason why is because, like I was talking about earlier, they're not playing tomorrow, right? So since they're not playing tomorrow, their only hope is to put up so many points, nobody can pass them up, right? But here's the deal. If you're looking at a team like, let's talk about Star Soldiers Epic or some of these other squads who didn't really go too crazy yesterday, you want those big games, right? To be able to rocket launch yourself up the leaderboards. But when you have brand new squads coming in that are ready to just get into the action, that makes things difficult. And on top of that, you have the best squad in the lobby from yesterday, Kodiak, who is just soaking up crazy eliminations, right? I think the first game was 17 elimination chicken dinner, and they even passed that up later on, which is crazy to me, right? So, man,
21, I think
it's a bad, it's a bad place to be in because, dude, like, you do not want to be in the last game where Kodiak is just so relaxed, like just big chilling. They're like, we're winning this game. We're here no matter what, right? And if you're nervous, like, we need every elimination we can get, things can get spicy, 7.
They're definitely going to get spicy as we're going to be jumping into that first Erangel of Day 2 Semi-Finals, PMCO EEU 2025 Season 2. And we're not getting a bad playing path here. We saw a little bit of action yesterday in Military Base. We saw some action towards Rossak as well. Let's see if that action in regards to possible hot drops is going to continue, or if teams are going to be playing it smart and then just backing their booties up and saying, you know what, it's too early to fight. Let's do what Hot Jukes was saying yesterday at the beginning of the day, throughout the day as well. Don't take fights early on. Focus a little bit more towards the end game.
That is what you need to do. Let's take a look, though, if we're going to see any hot drops, 7. That's something that we really didn't get to talk about. You know, we saw in the first game yesterday, Sanhok was definitely contested every single Erangel. Now I'm looking, though, we are seeing a couple teams head towards that Primorsk area, maybe looking to grab some vehicles. That could get a little bit sketchy right there. And we do have a couple squads heading towards that Pachinki area as well. So we could definitely see some hot drops today.
I mean, MW was one of those teams that's going to be landing military. That hot drop spot that they had yesterday right there, they're not going to have to worry about because that other team that they were hot dropping with was part of Group A, which they're not here. So there's zero worries about this squad. Now, there is going to be something going towards Milton. Oh, my goodness. Military, first circle. Hey, MW, you're looking mighty fine right now. You better take full advantage of that, as I think we're seeing somebody get an elimination. BX, is that BX Brothers already racking up an elim? They said, okay, Kodiak, we see what you can do. Let me double it up.
Let me double that real quick. Give him the discount double check. It's getting stinky over here in Pachinki. Dead center of the map. I believe that's going to be Leo Esports holding their position. Everybody else trying to get looted, though. You can see no vest on that player right there on the bottom. And we're going to see the BX Brothers landing dead center as well. So let's see how they decide to handle this. Looney, that was the player I was talking about earlier. He was on the previous roster for Season 1. Let's see if he can find another elimination here. Leo Esports already down 1. Got to find a good off angle.
And the crazy part is that these two teams, I mean, they are both from Group C. And for Leo Esports, not how you want to start already losing a player. Also going up against a team that a lot of people are expecting them to do good, which is none other than BX Brothers. And you just don't want to fully get flushed out here. Oh, okay, Sanhok. I see you trying to get that little cheeky angle. It ain't going to happen, though. And right now, he's trying to get pinned. His teammates gotta figure out what kind of setup here they're going to go with for Leo Esports. Okay, Marin with the little off angle right there. Smokes are going to be coming through. BX Brothers trying to be a little bit patient. Going to be throwing Molotovs, making sure that they control the area that they're going to be fighting with. And just making the player go a certain way. Thing is, right now, Bosanok is going to be close by. And they're going to be there for the trade. So for BX Brothers, they just got to make sure that they don't accidentally lose any players. As now shots are going to be coming in through. There you go. Bosanok with the off angle is going to be able to secure one elimination. And it's almost saying, BX Brothers, you don't want to make sure you lose anybody. And now you're pretty much having to run with your tail between your legs. Because Leo's Esports is trying to turn this around.
What a beautiful, beautiful trap set by Leo right there. Bosanek on that outside angle. They knew where they were coming. And that's what's so scary about Pachinki. Pachinki is that one area of the map that if you're getting an engagement like this, it's just literally a chess match at this point. It's all about holding different angles, finding and outsmarting your opponents here. Little by little. There's so many different little ledges, rooftops that you could catch an angle from. And if you catch a player slipping, boom, it's done. Leo, I mean, I think we saw BX Brothers get a little too confident. They thought that they were just going to be able to push this for free. And they got punished really quickly. So now BX Brothers are going to be on the back foot. Honestly, this is not an engagement I think they even want at this point. Like, now it's a 3v3. Yeah, it's just time to dip.
I think they started debating it there a little bit. You could see you could see just everything going on. As soon as that player ended up getting knocked, the second player from BX Brothers almost ended up getting knocked as well. They decided to just fully back off. And I mean, the thing is that this is so early on. It's Pachinki too. The loot is just not gonna be there for two teams. Maybe back in the day the loot would have been there, but it's completely different loot. Now these days, Leo decided to just go from the roof a little bit more towards where BX Brothers was, and I think is actually going to give BX Brothers a huge advantage. Maybe a little bit of a fumble there by Leo Esports as they decide to go to the same level as BX Brothers, and BX Brothers are just making them pay.
That was a huge shot right there with the pub shotgun. That was just a great play there to make things return in your favor. Yeah, now Leo Esports, it's just Marin on the other side of this roof, all by his lonesome. He's just got to make a play. Try to make a little 3v1 scenario happen. It's not likely, but at this point, you're on a roof all by your lonesome, level 1 vest. You got to do it.
Yeah.
They found him. They found him. Yeah, Looney knows exactly where he is. And now it's all about just putting on the clamps very carefully, Seven. The headshot! Oh,
it's just a matter of time.
That's it.
There it is. It's just a matter of time for that last player standing for Leo Esports. Leo Esports had the right setup, had the right idea, had the right mindset, until they maybe got a little bit too overconfident. Going down to that first floor, going down inside the house when somebody else is set up, not what you want to do. Alpha Team GG, meanwhile, trying to swim out to this boat. Get on the boat! And he was able to do just that. Pubg, they're going to be looking to just do a nice little rotation towards where the other squads are going to be. Because remember, earlier when we saw the circle, it is going to be a military-based circle. They are going to have to figure out. So we're getting a boatation, Jukes.
Let's go. We didn't see any of those yesterday, so it's good to see some teams pull out some extra tricks out of their bag here. I'm going to kind of go in the opposite direction, though, Seven, there. I think Leo wasn't confident enough in that engagement. And the reason why is because they got that beautiful knock there on BX Brothers, and they punished that second player. I think right then and there, that's when they should have switched the aggression and just been like, you know what, let's just full push, turn this fight around. But instead, they just kind of took that little win and were like, you know what, let's continue this little chess match between each other. Gave BX Brothers too much time to reset, find different angles, and yeah, I think they got punished for it. So it's just one of those scenarios. It's definitely a coin flip decision by the IGL, but with those knocks and having them trapped in that building, I think if they would have just full sent it, they would have gotten a lot more out of it.
Ooh, I'm actually gonna have to disagree with that because I felt like the thing is that BX Brothers was able to react so well to that. As soon as that player got eliminated, that they ended up going back to their main anchor. But you know what? Let's talk about something else here, because right now, KC Esports, a team that also has some experience here at the PMCO EEU from Season 1, they're going to be getting into an engagement, and they're just going to decide to back off. They get an elimination. Oh, boys. Okay. It happens to the best of us. I can't say anything because I'm absolutely the worst when it comes to driving, and now they're going to be going back around to pick up their players. Quick little elimination, decide to back off. I don't hate this at all. Actually, if you're able to find one of those cheeky points, go for it, and they were able to do just that. But yeah, just going back to BX Brothers, I think BX Brothers' reactions was just so well that it made Leo Esports pause. But you never know. Honestly, with those kind of situations, teams can just handle it differently. It could also be like what you mentioned in regards to the confidence. We'll have to wait and see if this is how the team's going to be fighting. If they do, then that's going to be just a big scratch of the head.
For sure. Yeah, that's one of those engagements that you definitely like just look back with your coach and just try to figure out like, hey, what went wrong here? What could we have done different? So many different possibilities for sure. But there's only so many possibilities and how to get into Sanhok military base here. And you can just see some teams are taking their sweet time to get down south here. There's going to be a lot of squads looking to hunt down some bridges. Maybe there's a boat left at Ferry Pier. I'm not sure, but you got to be able to make a move to get down here quickly. I was also looking at KZ Esports roster, Seven, and looking at the names that they had in Season 1, they're completely different than here in Season 2. So I don't know if, you know, those same players' name changed or if it's a whole new roster, but we're definitely seeing some different names for sure.
Yeah, that's the thing with PMCO, right? There's not that much actual like information out there because these teams do end up rotating so much. You said it yesterday, it could be just a squad of friends wanting to switch up with a different type of friends. You never know. You never know what's going to be happening here at the PMCO and how teams are going to be switching it up. One thing that I didn't notice whenever we saw the map was that boat rotation from Alpha Gaming. And I want to see where they're gonna end up going, because if they try to go towards the port, man, they might end up getting a little bit stuck, because I also saw another squad that was closer towards that port as well. So the longer you take on this boat, the limited the options are going to be where you end up going. Meanwhile, Punk Esports is trying to do the Alpha 7 rotation into military, which is always go into this boat and just go around, wrap around. But alongside of what I'm saying for Alpha, I mean, those areas where you can actually land, those areas where you can just park the bus, you know what, park the boat in a way, are just going to be limited.
For sure. It is better than going down those bridges, though. I'll say that. That's
hell yeah.
not the place you want to be, especially here at PMCO, because teams move a little bit slower on the rotation. So, you know, those bridges are going to be jam-packed, and they are right now. You got STB holding the one on the left. You got RS holding the one on the right. But let's see what the Strong Boys could do. Strong Boys need to have a great day today. They had a rough day one, that's for sure.
They need
Only
to have
16 points on the board. And remember, guys, those leaderboards, they are not true to their name right now. They won't be true until the absolute end.
Yep. And notice how some numbers are missing on those leaderboards. That's because Group A is sitting out. in case you missed the intro, now you know. And actually, it wasn't Alpha Gaming. Alpha Team GG. There's so many alphas in PUBG Mobile Esports, man. I'm getting distracted over here. Alpha Gaming from Mongolia, and then you got Alpha 7, and now we got Alpha Team GG. All right, me model. Let's see what you're going to be doing. Man, looking like the crow over here. Getting on top of this ridge, waiting for its prey. They got nothing to lose, so they can actually afford to do this. And he's just being sneaky. That man's just inching up closer and closer, trying to get that information for his squad. You can see the squad there towards the top left side of your screen on the map, just waiting patiently in vehicles, waiting for the call from me model to just fully send it. And Strong Boys, honestly, this is a fight I wouldn't want to take. You're now in the blue zone. You're now away from the circle. Just start focusing a little bit more into the later of the game, please.
Just get to the center, dude. Get to the center at this point. There's so many positions that are still wide open here in stage 3. And yeah, Kodiak, lost, catching a player out. Doc moving in super late. Frozen getting beamed. And me model just like finals, creeping his way up. Dude, it's so scary. You never know where players are going to be. But Strong Boys, stop gatekeeping. Just dip. There we go. They listened. That is... Oh. There we go.
There you go. It's so scary too when they end up doing that, because you never know if they're just gonna end up getting caught as they're driving away, maybe pop a tire. You know that buggy's gonna spin around, and it's just not a position you want to be in. But a lot of other teams are gonna be setting themselves up. I'm intrigued to see where Strong Boys is gonna be heading to. I mean, they're in 13th place, 16 points. This squad definitely needs the points any way that you can get them. You were saying you want to have at least 40 points, right, Jukes?
Yeah, at least 40 points to even feel like you're gonna make it to the finals.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think, heck, you know what? Maybe just for a safety blanket, especially for the team. I'm talking about for the teams that are not gonna be playing tomorrow. All those teams from Group B, be up to 60, please, because some of them, even if they 60, get to 40 points, they still won't be close to 60.
That's true. Yeah, 60, I think you're 100% making it. I think even 50 is going to be close. But yes, if you're in 60, you're big chilling tomorrow for sure. So that should... here comes Casper, though. Oh, and fishing. Oh, he bit off more than he could chew.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, gosh. TGM, what have you done? I was talking about how some of these areas are just going to be closed up because teams are going to be set up, and TGM just absolutely blows it. And this is a team that's not going to be playing tomorrow. You don't have that luxury. Meanwhile, BRBA Esports, Dennis, spotting people, making the call. The blue zone is going to start closing in, but they need to get these points, and they need to make sure that they don't end up getting pinched from both sides. As you saw, Strong Boys now starting to rotate around that area. BX Brothers with a late rotation towards this bridge. I think in the elimination feed, I saw BX Brothers being able to get one of the players there from Kodiak. But now we're going to be switching back to BRBA. There's just so many fights going on right now in the SSE Corp. Oh my goodness. SSE S Corp, I see you. I see you getting knocked. This is not what you want, SSE.
Not what you want at all. 2 eliminations so far. That should be able to get off. Yeah, they're going to get that first. No, actually not. Yep, yeah, it's over. Star Soldiers going out to the blue zone. And now here comes the BX Brothers. 8 eliminations. So not a bad game. I mean, you can either go for eliminations or go for the big win. Prelims, and that is it for BX Brothers. So hey, not a bad game from them.
Did you see who it was though?
Who was
or
it?
Did you not get a chance to see who it was?
I don't think I saw it. Who was it?
It was none other than Kodiak, just waiting patiently because Kodiak definitely lost one player earlier to BX Brothers, and this is what we were talking about yesterday. BX Brothers has to watch out. They had to make sure they get their fate into their own hands, and by putting up 8 eliminations, you're definitely doing just that. But you might end up having to switch out some rotations here and there because Kodiak knows exactly what they're doing. They're waiting there for so long. He said it. They have nothing to lose. They don't have to play for the win every single game. As Strong Boys, a team that does have to play for the win, is currently losing teams, currently losing players. Where are you going? Gonna be driving around. Gonna be chilling.
Hey, holding down those compounds there. And that is Kodiak eliminated.
That's fine. Kodiak, you do your thing. I feel like Kodiak got what they wanted out of this match, which was pretty much just get PX Brothers, and that's exactly what they were able to do. One top Romania, though. Gonna be one of the new squads coming in. Make a way. This is what I want to see. MW, make a way. You're currently in 13th place, 17 points. You have a good position here. You're making sure that you clear your back. And you're starting to control a big chunk of that east area, northeast area of the circle, too. As you're able to loot. Oh, okay. That I was going to say the hovercraft. Do you still have it? Nope. That thing's up in flames, Jukes.
Yo, let's see right now what Gaba's got right now. Oh, Gaba getting a nice shot there onto the strong boys. Just catching him right at the edge of that vehicle rotation. Let's see what Gaba's going to do here on this side. Is he going to go for this push? It looks like he is. So he's going to be hugging that edge all the way around here. The rest of the squad is behind him. Ooh, yeah, just getting some info.
That's right. Just going for the scout, having some backup there as well. Gaba, knowing that his all the squad is not there. They do have a bit of a 2-2 split. Now they're going to start getting a little bit more compact here as MW is going to make sure that the Strong Boys back up. And Strong Boys now with only 2 players. A bit out in the open here. And when you're going to be going up against 4 players, this MW. I mean, you got to make sure you keep on doing this. Don't send it crazy. You're making sure that you actually get a lot of intel here by just having Gaba scout back and forth. You also have a D2R off the horizon with the hovercraft too, and it's gonna force Strong Boys just to back up even more. Strong Boys just not being in a good position here as one of the players gets knocked. There goes all that intel that this team was able to making sure that they put it to rest. D2R though stealing one of those eliminations as Bet's just peeking out that hovercraft and taking it over.
Bet's just said hello, goodbye. I'll take that point. And there goes the Strong Boys just like that. I think there's only one player up. Yeah, Stefan just trying to send it. I mean, it's so crazy how many spots are still available. This whole central side is wide open. And you can just tell him, Stefan's like, are you kidding me? Like, how am I alive right now? We should have just sent it earlier. Zoni? Dude, you know that's what he's saying for sure. Because, like, all these teams are playing on the edge just thinking that the central positions are taken, and they're not. They're wide open.
Yeah, they went from, what was it? They went from being on the bridge to then waiting a little bit too long. Kodiak kind of scared them away. But by that time, some of these areas were just getting eaten up by the other squads that rotated early on or maybe even landed here, because MW, keep in mind, MW was one of those teams that just lands in military base, in those apartments in military. So they had all the time to work with and kind of have an idea of what to work with too, especially if you land here. You know this area like the back of your hand. You know exactly what's going to be going around. And D2R just making a full send there with the hovercraft, somehow surviving, using that smoke wall to their advantage and trying to get closer to Notorious. And Notorious needs to be one of those teams that wins this fight, gets those eliminations, gets those points, because they are low and they are not going to be playing tomorrow.
Let's see what Notorious can do. You got Zen there, up front and personal, throwing those nades from downtown. Zen's also, yeah, they're in a great position here. All they got to do is just stay in those buildings, just put some more suppressive fire towards the edge line, and Blue Zone's going to take care of them for sure. So I like how 6 has that different off angle as well. And yeah, there goes Stefan there from the Strong Boys. So he gets eliminated. 6 teams remaining in stage 5. So much real estate. It's time to just play it slow, make the right decisions. You should be able to get a chicken dinner here. Reapers Esports, look at that. They have a great angle. Oh, but you caught from the side.
That's what happens when you go up against MW there, as Reaper just definitely gets caught. They should be able to get a bit of a reset here. And especially with this spread, if anything, MW might just be looking to wait a little bit longer and see if it's a possibility for them to third party. Or just start scouting even more and get a different angle on Reapers. because depending on what the circle is going to be going here, and I think they're going to be forced to, especially once the circle closes. 4, 3, 2, 1. Where's it going to go? Oh,
Centered,
okay.
centered up on the island.
MW already has a player there in the middle. Look how much area of this map and this circle MW are just currently controlling, and due to the terrain of it, they're gonna be doing wonders with it too. That's why you have Gaba still in that buggy or in that vehicle, moving around, making sure that nobody's gonna be sneaking in and surprise them.
You know, I was wondering if we're going to see a crazy difference yesterday when it came to like rotational timing, and I'm not seeing a huge one, right? So I think just full sending it, like honestly, you don't even have to really leapfrog. Just go all the way to that center position. It's going to be open and it's going to pay off. So right now you got MW, a team that really needs those points in a great position here. They need to capitalize on it though, Seven. They can't just like sit on their back foot, just wait for the chicken dinner to come to them. They really need to hunt down those eliminations. You got to start that aggression here and now, because you may not get another chance.
They definitely do. I think that the right play here for MW is just to keep going on that north. Once they clear that north, then they know that nothing's going to be left up there. Then they have to switch their focus fully to the south. And if you can find yourself an opportunity here to find Reapers and maybe third party, that would be good too. But you were saying go towards the center of the circle. That's gonna be a bit spread out there too. So I don't know which squad would be the one to do that, because Notorious is still towards the south as well. As you're gonna be seeing them 6 and UTU just moving around there towards the cliff side.
Yeah, let's see what Reapers can do here from this side. Yeah, center much earlier on should have been the play. And now you're playing out the edge. You got to be able to just take out these players as you see them. Notorious, oh, they're getting caught on this edge line. They're completely trapped. Reapers, you don't have to move a muscle. Just sit back and wait. You should have this team in just a matter of minutes now, because, yeah, the blue zone is starting to close. A minute left on the clock here. Reapers with 8 eliminations. It's going to be a huge game for them.
Yeah, the crazy part is that Notorious ended up pretty much getting baited by D2R, because those players were within that compound. Somehow they decided to just go after those eliminations, and that's what forced them to just find themselves in a bad spot. Meanwhile, the Sony trying to get this shots out to Godson, but he's not being able to fully connect. There you go. You're going to be able to spot him. I was waiting for it, and there you have it right there. MW Notorious making the push. You were talking about a team wanting to be aggressive. Why not? The veterans in the lobby, the ones that have been playing for a long time. Puncher with Notorious is going to want to do that, and Notorious to you now moving around, but they forget that they still have one player left alive then from D2R, and hopefully they can make this pickup. MW, this is your chance. You gotta make that push.
Go! Send it, MW. Go crazy. You only have 3 eliminations right now. You need all of them. Let's be real. You had a tough day 1. This is a huge opportunity for you. You got to start getting aggressive. I know that you don't have very much coverage towards that central, but just start making those shots. Make all those players hit the ground. You got to get it going here now. Let's see if they're going to be able to do that, though. Reapers Esports are starting to get that set up. Next zone will pop. Most likely going to go center. Yeah, and that's exactly what it does. You can just see Reapers getting all the info. MW are in vehicle right now. What are you doing? They shouldn't be in vehicles at all. 7 minutes out, just shooting.
I think they're still scouting, Jukes.
What?
I think
What are you
they're just
scouting?
making sure that nobody's
You
going
know
to be
where they're at?
behind them.
That's crazy. In zone 7, ain't nobody in the blue zone. I'll tell you that right now. Chloroid, oh, got himself a nice drop. That's great for him. 6 is on the totally other side, just trying to make sure no one's sneaking behind that buggy. I think everybody is a little bit hyper concerned with some snakes in the grass here.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly think they're playing it fine. They're waiting for the right opportunity. They're making sure that they don't get too close. They're making sure that there's not going to be anybody behind them, because remember, they had the northeast of the northwest of this circle controlled. So they still got to be in vehicles, and they still got to be a little bit worried there that nobody's going to be surprising them like Notorious was surprised earlier. There was still players that they kind of lost track of, and it forced a knock there. They were able to fully recover from it. But now at this point, this is when they need to start actually finding the angles. You're still going to have Gaba there with the vehicle. moving around. But everybody else, the thing is, everybody else, I really like what Notorious is doing. If anything, if I was gonna give props to a team, it would have to be Notorious with this 2-2 split. Somehow taking a fight with both teams, making sure that MW doesn't get close enough with those nades. Notorious is playing this so well.
Yeah, and they're playing it so well because MW didn't take this location earlier on. If they would have been a little bit more aggressive, they could have had that spot and taken out Notorious before they even got here. But instead, they were just in their vehicle scouting, waiting, and that allowed Notorious to be able to push up for free up to this hillside. Now, it's going to be a fair 4v4 fight. Spectre up close and personal. Gaba still in the vehicle trying to get some angles. Oh, he goes for a super risky one. If he gets caught there, there's no resin.
What are we doing, Spectre? Come on, you got to be able to hit those shots. He is going to be able to hit those shots. They are going to be trading, though. Gaba's going to get caught there on the off angle. Notorious just continuing to play this so well, switching with the shotguns. Now Reapers, I mean, Reapers is fully out. It is going to be coming down here to Notorious and MW. 1v1. And MW being able to come out on top there with the win. Great to see, man. These squads were just going back and forth. And honestly, I was the only question mark that I have there for MW was Gaba wanting to go there for that off angle, but it was so close to the blue zone that you were just gonna put yourself between a wall and a sword.
Dude, I don't understand MW for a second. They're so scary to me because I'm like, this is what I was talking about. They were sitting on that edge of that circle for so long. They could have just pushed up a little bit more towards the central together, right? And they would have caught Notorious trying to run up that hill, and it would have been an easy chicken dinner. But instead, they're like, all right, let's just wait, play it patient, see what happens. Then they're in a fair 4v4, and then make the craziest decisions out of nowhere. And they do end up getting the win, so a huge dub for them. But, man, that was scary.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, I see what you're saying, Jukes, and I don't want to disagree with it, but I kind of have to. As Flocky was able to get the MVP there of that match, because it wasn't just Notorious having all their 4 players. Remember, Notorious had that 2-2 split. Notorious still had 2 players, or at least 1 player within the compound, and they were taking shots there at one point. So I think this is why they were just being so worried and why they continue to scout, because that 1 player from Notorious that stayed there a little bit longer towards that compound was just making them scared. And then if they would have just fully commit to where they were, Notorious would have had actually advantage in regards to ground, because that hill would have been just fully open. MW would have had to use those vehicles to their advantage. So overall, I mean, MW, I do have to agree, they play too passive. I wanted to see them clear the north. Clear the north. You have nothing to worry about, and then you don't have to scout, and then you just start pinching them in. Now you have different angles that you can actually control instead of wanting to wrap around and kind of give what Gaba did, give the high ground and give the advantage to Notorious, which almost ended up backfiring for them.
Yeah, I think that they just played it aggressive. Honestly, I think if they would have went left or right, it could have probably worked out, just because of even in that 2-2 split scenario, if they're full 4 squatted up going nuts, it's a 4v2 situation at that point, right? Advantage or not, you know. But at the same time, this is what was so freaking me out, is because like they could have done that either or, like your strategy, and that could have worked easily. But instead, they wait and then do these crazy drive up like rotation off angles that are just like out of this world, dude. I don't know. It's like watching somebody play blackjack and hitting on 19. And they hit a 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's wild to see.
I think if anything, we both agreed that they needed to make sure they committed to 1 instead of just being fully split. They either commit towards the center or commit towards the north. Just a little bit more aggressiveness there. As you can see, the match stats, the Sony with those 4 LMs. Flicky, most damage. Okay, Flicky, 903. I see you in RS. I mean, they had the right idea. It said that ultimately they ended up getting pinched by a team that was aggressive and a team that I want to give some credit to, and it was none other than Notorious. They were able to come out of a bad spot too, because they had 2 players towards the cliff where RS seemed like, okay, we're just going to wait for you guys to get pushed out by the blue zone and we're going to be able to get you. That was not the case, because the other players decided to just crash in. You were talking about risk earlier. That was a risk that I am very happy with out of Notorious that had nothing to lose. They're clearly, in a sense, if you go back to yesterday, they were bottom of the leaderboard. So you got to be able to make plays like that.
Yeah, I think aggression is going to be the play right now for sure. I think you're going to be able to take advantage of players' mistakes tremendously, right? Make away, got 18 points right here, something they desperately needed. Reapers Esports putting up some big ones on the board as well, and Notorious with 11. You know, BX Brothers, you know, no placement points, but 8 points in total, just a purely eliminations. That's a good solid game for them.
It is going to be a great game for them. I mean, even how early on they got eliminated, they find themselves 4th place in regards to just point ranking alone. Not where they actually ended up getting eliminated, just points alone. 8 points being above Destined to Rise, BRB Esports. These are teams that ultimately they're going to be looking to catch up. And then Kodiak, even though they ended up with just 2 elims, they ended up perfectly because they were able to stop BX Brothers in their tracks from getting even more points. So we'll see how that story is going to end up developing. I'm excited with what I've seen so far out of this one. I think in agreements with everything that we're talking about is the rotations just got to be a little bit faster. It is insane that we get to match, what was it, Zone 5, and there was only 6 teams left in that area. Boy, if this was global, somehow, some way, there still would have been like 12 teams in that area.
Dude, more, honestly. There's always like 60 plus players alive when you see Zone 5. It's pretty wild to see. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, though. Kodiak's still on top. We know that. Reapers Esports there with 48. Let's look at some of the names that we were worried about, though. We got Star Soldiers, right, in 5th with 32. Not a crazy place to be in. Like I said, we want to see them at least above 40 by the end of the day. But, man, look at that. Notorious. 20 total points on that one there. They desperately, and I mean desperately, needed this game.
Notorious. That's what we want to see out of this team. They're getting closer and closer there towards that mark that you set for them. And I don't want to see a slowdown. I want to see an even bigger jump up out of this squad, Jukes, because that's a great start. But due to your performance yesterday, it needs to be even better.
That's for sure. That's for sure. You got to go nuts today. And 20 points so far for Notorious. You said it, and I think I'm going to agree. I think we're going to set that as the benchmark, right? I think 60 is you're comfortable, right? So I think that if you're Notorious, you got 40 more points to go in 4 matches, all right? That's not a lot of games to get that many points. You get what I'm saying, guys? So honestly, a big chicken dinner, a double-digit elimination chicken dinner is going to pay off. But you ain't going to do it, right? Just kind of rotating very slow on the edge and making, you know, just waiting for the game to come to you. No, you got to turn that aggression switch up big time. Big time.
Yeah, for Group B, I mean, you said, we both been saying it, 60 points, comfortable. Feel like it's good. Less than 60 points, you might not have any nails watching tomorrow. You might be there just grabbing a little sweat rag. Even if you have the AC on, even if you got the fan on, your heartbeat's just going to be pumping. You're probably going to be getting reminders on your watch saying, please calm down. Your heart rate is too high. Take a breather because you don't want to end up in that situation. So, yeah, get as many points as you can. And Notorious, yo, please keep this up. I got to give you my props. I wish we could do some kind of illustration here of what this team was able to do because it was actually really impressive how quickly they send those 2 players up to RS. And once they realized that MW was still alive, they send those 2 players back out to the West, baby, making sure that they were pinning them down. Go. So if they would have won this game, I think it would have been just a huge prop to Notorious and not so much a dig of everything that MW did wrong.
Yeah, man, dude, I'm telling you, you got to be able to take care of those advantages. Let's take a look at the replay, though. That fight at the start was awesome between Leo and BX Brothers. I wonder if we're going to see Leo land there again in the next Erangel that we're going to see later on today. That's always interesting to watch out. Look at this right here. They'll make away. Doing a great job here on the edge, clearing the side out, though. I think once they cleared it out, they could have upped that aggression just a little bit quicker. That play towards the end, though, and the way they won this was honestly so hype to me because it's just like, it's crazy to see a team play that kind of slow and then just do the most psycho off angles, drive around plays and just win it. It's awesome to watch.
Yeah, now one of my fondest, greatest moments of casting is I just wanted to watch the action. I was like with the viewers, I was like, hold on, what's going on here? Gaba's
You
over
took
there
that-
just rotating close to the zone, and then you have
the
Notorious
open.
pushing up. I'm like, hold on, I want to be an spectator too. Let me watch this real quick, bro.
I looked at that rotation. I was like, what? Like, whoa, dude, what is he doing? And I mean, it helped out. It helped distract him while like,
Yep.
I literally just saw Notorious be like, what? Like, what are we doing here, guys? And then they just got caught off guard. It was nice.
It was definitely nice. And I mean, we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to continue on this performance. We have Miramar next. Miramar, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Kodiak is going to do, because Kodiak was one of those teams that performed really well on both Miramars. And now with the strategy here, we see them playing a little bit different. Nothing to lose. Maybe wanting to BM some of the other teams. And why not try to do that? Especially now that they saw what happened after that first match, Jukes, BX, even after they got eliminated, they still have 8 points. They were number 4 in regards to just points alone for that last match. That's how crazy those military circles is. And when we end up going later today to another Erangel, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to have another military circle, because I want these teams to learn their lesson on rotating faster.
Dude, you gotta move quick. Just grab a level 1 vest, grab a weapon, and start driving. Like, you don't need to get looted up to the teeth there. Get to the end game, even if you just have that much loot. And let's say you don't even find anything else on your way over, right? You're gonna catch some teams on the way in. You will, and you will be able to get some loot that way. So I'm telling you guys, that's the strat. Move quick. Andale, move.
What else are you going to be looking for here in the next couple matches before we get to my favorite map, Sanhok?
Honestly, I want to see if we're going to see another hot drop in Miramar, right? That's going to be the first thing that I'm going to look at, because, you know, we already saw one in Erangel here. We don't know what's going to happen there. So that's where my eyes are going to be locked on first. Second are going to be to see the desperation come out from some of these Group B teams, right? These teams at the bottom, they have to realize that it's all or nothing at this point. You can get in that mental trap. And this is the worst thing for a player, trust me, is where you could just think, man, we got to get some points on the board. Let's just play it careful. Let's play it safe, you know? And by doing that, we see them with a 4-point game, rather than if they would have just played their normal aggressiveness and really hyped up, they could have gotten a 15 or plus point game. You know what I'm saying? So I hope they err on that side, because just seeing the play that I've seen so far, I'm going to tell you right now, aggression is going to pay off. It will. Late game aggression.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, late game aggression.
Specify on that one. But yeah, I'm with you. I think especially for Miramar, we actually ended up yesterday, the first one, we ended up getting more hot drops than we did throughout all of Erangel. Heck, then we did throw Sanhok too. So if those hot drops are going to be happening, obviously it's going to be different teams. It might be different locations depending on where the playing path is going to be taking us. And I'm looking for some teams maybe just backing off, Jukes. I'm looking for some teams willing to decide, hey, this is not a fight we want to take. This is a fight that we want to back out of. And that was that was something that even in this past game, I was hoping it would happen there in Pochinki. Especially when the squad ended up getting one of the players there from BX Brothers. I thought they were going to end up backing off and just fully sending it back out, because they would have had the perfect opening for it. They just decided not to when Leo Esports then fully commit to it with still 3 players alive. You can always back off, guys. Just because you land there doesn't mean that you have to take on that fight.
Late game aggression. Late game aggression. I'm going to say it once. I was saying it 1,000 times. I agree 100%, dude. Like, if you're in an early skirmish, just dip, dude. Take off. Don't even worry about it. And that's the thing it's kind of hard in PMCO, because you sometimes may want to leave the fight, but the other team could be just so like dead set on making sure that you don't move, that it's bad for both of the squads. Honestly, it just takes both teams deciding, hey, let's leave this fight. Let's get into the zone and fight later on. I mean, it's our tournament lives here at stake. What the heck are we doing?
Yeah. I mean, well, we'll have to wait and see what some of these teams are going to be doing. You want to see a little bit more reaction out of squads that need to do something. And boy, oh boy, okay, talk about a plane path. You're going to be going all the way from Minas del Sur up to La Cobreria. And for anybody that was going to Monte Nuevo yesterday, guess what? It's gonna be right there. Pecado's gonna be right there. San Martin, El Pozo. You talk about it. It's gonna come down to what zone we're gonna be getting, because we got something like this yesterday where the plane path was a bit more towards the west, and then everybody started getting flashbacks for what happened at PMGC, and we got that circle all the way to the east.
Let's see it. Let's see it. I want to see an island finish. How long has it been since we've seen one of those, Seven?
PMGC.
That's true. That's true.
That's the only one I can think of. I don't think I've ever seen any.
And we saw another one too before that.
islands.
There was it had to be, I think it was like 3 years ago. And it was a wild ride for sure. And it was actually, no, it was in the water. That's right.
Oh.
It was purely a swim finish. That was crazy to watch. But we'll see what happens here now. Let's take a look at if we're going to see any kind of hot drops. I'm looking right now. Looks like we may have a little bit of action over there in Hacienda with none other than Kodiak. And I think that's BX Brothers as well. That could be a nice one to see.
That is going to be a fun one. I didn't think it was going to be happening, but I'm kind of glad it's happening. I'm kind of glad Kodiak is deciding to make their life a little bit more difficult. But let's see if they're going to fully commit to it. Alpha Team GG, a team that was able to do a rotation early on. They're going to be dropping. They're going to be just trash looting around the place right now. I think they're a bit split between water treatment, Hacienda del Patron as well. Now BX Brothers, TGM. How many teams are here right now? Okay, just two at the moment. Oh, nice angle right there. TGM Caster being able to catch Looney, and they're just going to be trading back and forth as McVinney. I mean, this team loses players, but somehow they're always there to just pick up an elimination somewhere else, Jukes.
Right you are. Oh my gosh, look at this. Looney's using the bow and arrow. Trying to use some of those explosive arrows to catch somebody off, make a little highlight play. That'd be fun to watch. No loot at all, though. Super early engagement. Let's see right now what Caster could do. I can't see what he has as far as weapons go. The TGM locked onto this fight now. He's got an M249 now. That's why he's confident.
He's just waiting for somebody to run out in the open. Wait, they didn't confirm Looney? Oh.
No, I don't think so.
How the heck?
Yeah, they didn't.
I thought they actually were going to, because they were just so close. Okay, that's interesting. That's a bit of a fumble there out of TGM, I feel like.
Now they're in a full-on stalemate.
Do that. Yeah, this is.
Where are the other BX Brothers? Okay, they're on that side. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it, right? If you're TGM, if you're able to get to that building, it's an easy 4v2. But getting to that building, I don't think is possible. I don't think they have any vehicles or anything like that. Even though Hacienda usually has that golden Marauder chilling inside of it. That would be the play, honestly. If you get to TGM, if you can just get some vehicles, rotate around, and then crash onto that building, easy 4v2, and then BX Brothers are not going to be able to do anything because they don't have like any loot in that building at all.
Yeah, they're just going to be waiting so patient. A team that we were talking about early on, especially at the start of the day. This is a team that you wanted to highlight. Duke Star Soldiers Epic with Eliseo. A team that definitely needs the points right now. They're sitting in 5th place. I mean, 32 points. You want to be in that comfortable. You don't want that heart rate alarm going off on you. So they're going to be inching up even closer and closer. And I feel like as we get into the later matches, we're going to see how comfortable that 60 mark point would be. Because with the way that some of these teams are playing, I mean, if you end up with 60 points, you might just end up being in like actually 2nd place. So you're gonna be more than comfortable. We might need to even lower the mark here. I think I might have been expecting a little bit too much out of this team. So as we go on through, don't worry, we'll start adjusting the bubble of where these teams need to be.
Yeah, But I'll tell you what. I mean, I agree though. 60 is you don't even have to worry tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that number will lower for sure, to where it's like, oh my gosh, how close is it gonna be? But I'm telling you what, like, just from my estimates, if you are in that 30 or 40 range tomorrow, like you said earlier, you're gonna have no fingernails, no toenails, nothing. It's gonna be a bad day.
They're not gonna have absolutely toenails. Hold on a second. What?
Hey, some people are flexible. 7.
Them boys be hella flexible. Not the fingers. Go for the toes.
Hey, Max Man.
What?
Let's go.
That was so red.
It's not. If you know
How
Max
did
Man, it's not.
make it in this?
Oh, he knows. He knows. Let's take a look here at these rotations. Goodness gracious. I'm looking right now to see who's close by. Okay, I do like this though, right? We're not seeing any other crazy engagement. Hey, the Golden Rada! They got it! So, are they going to do exactly what I was talking about and finally crash onto that building? Let's see. Or are they leaving?
No, they're gone, brother.
Aw,
They're long gone.
It was easy. No, what am I saying? I'm all saying avoid early
I was about to say,
confrontations.
wait, you're contradicting yourself,
Right?
bro.
What am I doing, bro? Like, this is crazy to watch. I don't know. Just sometimes when you see like an open 2-2 in Miramar or 4v2 situation, yeah, I guess it's not like Sanhok where like, you know, an early fight you're gonna get third party enough for it. But you're right. Yeah, sorry. Do what I said earlier.
Focus towards that late game. That's what we want you to do. Especially because, I mean, BX Brothers, we saw what they were able to do earlier to Leo Esports. I keep wanting to call them Ola Esports. I don't know why. But yeah, for that team, you know what? Right decision. Focus a little bit later towards the game. We'll see what we're going to be able to do. One tap.
Why take the risk?
Jump.
Yeah, why take the risk?
I thought he was going to be able to time out perfectly.
Now that my brain is fully functioning now, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, because TGM, you got 30 points on the board. Avoid those early confrontations, get to the late game, put up a good chicken dinner, and you should be feeling a little bit more decent towards the finals. You only got 4 matches left if you're TGM.
One tap chilling. Hey, a completely different pace too from what happened yesterday in Miramar. Because yesterday on Miramar, I think we had the most fights I felt like that I've ever seen at PMCO that early on. Here, they might have went back, Juice. They might have just actually just listened to what we've been saying this whole time. Focus towards the late game. Focus towards the late game. They might have been able to do just that. But you know what? Alpha Team GG.
Do it.
There you go. I'm saying the team name right now. Come on, do the ramp. Do the ramp. Make him do the roar.
Do a flip. Do the roar. Next zone. Oh, south side circle. Let's go.
Hey,
man, look how many teams are inside the zone. 7. Count
them. That's too many numbers for me to count right there. But I see you, Reapers. Reapers just taking full control there on the south of Portona. First team that's actually gonna be able to get in besides Punk there towards the north. You still might get your island finish in a way. Would that count, Jukes?
I'll take it. I mean, we don't see this circle hardly at all. Usually the zone.
I've seen it in the past.
Yeah. Usually it's always a Minas del Valle circle.
Though. Yeah. That's what I'm saying though. If it goes towards Minas del Sur or like in between Portona, right? Do we still count it as an island finish?
I think we do. Because the zone very rarely just continues south. Like usually when we see this circle, it goes back up to that little hillside there right below Minas del Valle. That's where the zone always ends up going. So if it goes all the way down, I think if we see even the letter Sur in the final circle, it's a W.
Okay. Like where we say if you look at your map feed, Look at where Midori is right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm with you.
I
on
think.
that one.
Yep. I think you take it.
It has to be like in that tiny area though.
Okay. right there, right below the bridge.
Yeah. Usually I counted for some of these circles. For it to be an island circle, people have to swim to that island. There's no way for you to get a vehicle in there. So that's why I'm kind of debating it, because there's just so many bridges into this area. I mean, you got, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bridges? Yeah. You know what? I changed my mind.
Yeah, 5.
Not an island finish.
Too many bridges?
Not real island boys.
How many bridges do you have to have at a maximum for it to be an island? In your eyes?
0.
0 bridges. So you got to fly in.
0
or
bridges.
Swimming.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I wouldn't hate some glider action. I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh, some gliders would be sick. What about a zip line?
Hover.
Ooh.
A what?
Hovercraft.
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
a zip line.
Hovercraft. I mean, yeah, that's good. You're good. As long as it's just harder. What I'm trying to get to is like, it's a lot harder to actually get to the area, because right now this area, there's just so many ways that you can kind of rotate in. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't necessarily count it as an island. And you know what? We can actually move on from this topic, because the game said,
yep,
I'm gonna want you guys to shut up, because I'm gonna go north. I'm gonna go towards Minas del Valle, which is an awful area to play with for some of these players, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that hillside right there where Punk is, that's actually the best spot in the match right now. So they're big kill in here. Punk just needs to start standing up straight, shoot at everything that moves, and they should be able to have a great game today. Play keep away. The rest of the teams, though, that are starting to creep on in, you got Kodiak there up top. That's a team you definitely don't want to get set up. Everybody else desperately needs these points. And SSE, they're getting gate kept hard as well. Star Soldiers, come on, guys. Find a way into the zone with everybody alive.
It's like you're hitting them with a stick. Do something. Please.
Do something.
Show me signs of life.
Come on.
I mean, to be honest, though, for Star Soldiers, that one game, I got to go back and watch it, because I can't remember which one it was. They did have one game where they were able to somewhat pop off, and that's what propelled them up on the leaderboard and allowed them to not just be as stressed today. I think it might have been the second Erangel where they ended up getting 7 points total, which was above what they were able to do. But right now, Notorious is just putting the pressure on everybody, Jukes, especially Star Soldiers. They're saying you're not going to be getting anywhere near, and this is how this team is so good. This is the Notorious, especially once I saw the players that I was expecting to see yesterday. Them being a little bit more controlling of the area, it's spreading out their wings, making sure that nobody gets near them, and being even more tactical. That is an awesome skin, by the way, on that vehicle.
Yeah, it looks so sick.
The Night
I'll tell you
Rider.
what, those Star Soldiers, yeah, the Night Rider, I can't tell you how hard I went in to try to get that, and I never did. I was so sad.
For which one?
Should have asked 7 for some UC. Should have asked you. Probably could have got it.
See, the way my bank account works.
I'll tell you how the zone works, though. Anytime you have a hard shift.
I try to get it too. I try to get that skin too, but I didn't get it. No, I have bad luck. When I actually want a skin, I don't get it. When I don't want a skin, I get it. It's weird how that works. TGN, though. TGN is getting caught out in the open right now by Punk, and Punk is just taking full advantage of it, making sure that they don't overpeak. But they got to start taking care here of Misa. Pop some tires. Make sure he's not going to have a free rotation here. One less player that you're going to have to worry about. One more player that you're going to have to add to your tally of points in regards to elims. That's exactly what you want to see. And Notorious now up to 3 eliminations, moving around, trying to find a way here within the circle and where they're going to end up going to. Oh,
crazy
man,
to watch it next zone.
This area just sucks, if we're being honest. When I get a chance to
classic.
play it, I hate this terrain, dude.
Dude, you can't drive on it. That's the problem. Is that it's just so many different just hills and dips. It sucks. Yeah, for sure. Not the favorite for players rotationally, but the thing is that like nobody just went hugged the circle and went to the hard shift side. Star Soldiers stayed on that spot for so long and just got punished. So they go out early once again. 34 points in total. They're going to need a good couple games here towards the end if they want to feel comfortable tomorrow. That's for sure. Let's see what Reaper's going to do, though. Reaper's gatekeeping this bridge, doing a darn good job of it right now. Medi with this car wall, he is set up pretty.
And he's gonna be there.
Strong boy right there.
The elimination feed. Ooh, I saw Notorious being able to get caught there by Reaper. Then going back and forth. Oh Leo, turn back around. You don't want to go there, or just crash into the water. Oh, okay. Well,
he did what you asked.
Back-to-back mulligans there from Leo.
He did what you asked.
No, I said turn around, go back the other way around. And then I was like,
but you didn't say which way around. You know,
what are you on?
Dude, I'll tell you what, so brutal, dude. Brutal play there. Let's see what Flicky can do here on this side. Flicky's gonna do the same thing, just gatekeeping right now, taking his time. That's the right thing to do. There's only 38 players remaining here in the lobby, so there's still a lot of real estate. Slow things down a little bit right now. Leon, I told you, right? Punk had the best spot in this circle. They just got to just shoot at everything that moves, apply that pressure like crazy.
Hey, they're doing just that. MW losing a player right there to Leon from Punk Esports. Punk Esports now up to 4, and they're making sure that they just pepper on anybody that shows their face. Notorious 6 in the horizon, trying to make sure that he just stays hidden a little bit. There's still 2 more players there from Notorious. I'll be intrigued to see where they're currently actually going to be at. Upon Leon, I mean, this I feel like this is the aggressiveness that you want to see, and that I personally want to see too, especially when you are in this type of position, Jukes. You don't want to just lay down.
Nice
you want to
shot.
make sure you are proactive and get those eliminations, and they do just that as Leon gets another one added to his tally. Punk up to 5 eliminations.
Yo. Leon, okay, now it's time to, just take your time with these shots here. You were running out of ammunition. He's only got 2 mags left, but they are soaking up some of them. Now he's gonna start asking his teammates for some of that 5.56, but this is definitely their game. No need to do those crazy full sprays though. Just tap little by little, and you should be able to get those eliminations.
That tap.
Strong boys.
That's what
Here
you
we
want to
go.
see. Strong
1v2.
boys, you better win this. You gotta win this. Come on. Reapers. Oh, Stefan got knocked, dude. Stefan's so far away. Yeah,
out of here.
Out
Out of there.
6-sack, baby. 6-sack. Hey,
See ya.
great play. Let's go, strong boys.
Great. That was a great play.
Gets to live another
Straight
day.
up. Like, he knew. I am outpaced here. It's a 1v3. I'm good. Big shots here. Is that Kodiak? Yep, Kodiak putting in some work. None other than 20. Went absolutely crazy yesterday. Oh, Punk going outside of the zone to fight this fight. That's actually a great play here. They want to completely clear out this side of the map. They heard the shots. They were going for the third party. Ooh, but now that there's been a little bit of time, maybe they decide to back off with it a little bit. That nade did look good though. Nah, Leon, these guys are feeling themselves. I think Punk know they have this game in the bag.
Yeah, now at this point, I'm with you though. It took a little bit too long. Now this is the point where you start saying, let's back off. At this point, you definitely know as a player that everybody is just up and running, and this is not a fight that you want to take anymore. And Kodiak realizes that, and then decides to go back even more. They decide to just fully look at the smokes that Kodiak was able to set up right there just to get a free rotation out of this situation. Punk Esports, great idea, but the execution a little bit too slow for my liking, Jukes.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what though, Kodiak, they've got the right moves. They're flipping it like a light switch, like I was talking about yesterday. You got to know when to get aggressive, when to get passive. They had that fight going on. They realized, okay, we got a little bit of time now. Oh, Punk is right here shooting at us. Let's dip. Throw the smokes, eject, full squad, and now they're in a much better position here for the circle. They did get knocked there by BX brothers, but that is a sacrifice you have to make sometimes when it comes to these rotations. As Me Model looking to get aggressive.
Model, that was absolutely nasty. Telling that boy, sit your ass back down, because I'm gonna move up, and if Me Model is actually able to flush this one out, this is gonna be great for them. Gonna be a
easy.
1v1. Me Model's gonna be by himself. He's gonna have to clutch this up though. Switch over to the shotgun. He's gonna turn into a 2v1. Where's his team? Where's the backup? Where's the angles that you want to get from Kodiak? And that's exactly what they're gonna be doing. They're gonna be moving around. On top of that, you have one of the other players from Kodiak rotating, trying to get the angle, making sure that they get all the situations. Here's the Molotovs are gonna be coming through. Flick, it's gonna get knocked, and it's gonna be coming down to the last player there from BX Brothers. And Kodiak is just too much. Back-to-back games where Kodiak smacks and sends BX Brothers back to the lobby, and Punk now looking to capitalize and make a way.
Punk are dominating this side of the map here. I told you they took the best location in this zone and they are fully utilizing it. That is something that we've been waiting to see. Now Punk coming into today with 7 eliminations in their second game, looking real good. That's Gaba gone. Make away are out. Only 7 teams remain. And let's see what Kodiak are looking to do. Kodiak all the way up on the north side. They have their back against the wall with every single player up. I think it's going to be a battle between Kodiak and Punk to win this one.
It might be. It might be, and I think it's going to come down. If for some reason Punk ends up losing that one, they're going to be scratching their head when they end up seeing Kodiak. It was pretty much Kodiak. That's the team that they needed to take care of. Because we do get the circle here. Kodiak, oh man, find a way there towards the north. Find a good position. They have just so much room to work with. Especially if they just kind of focus there towards the northwest.
Let's see what they decide to play. We still have one up. One is, have they been on that east side, been playing it very, very quietly so far. 1 elimination. They're outside of the circle here. They're going to have to push up here onto KZ any minute now. That's going to be interesting to watch. This is stage 6. The zone is really going to punish you. And Punk now have their eyes set on the biggest threats in the lobby, and that's Kodiak.
That is going to be them. Punk keeping an eye on them, making sure that they back off, not allowing them to just kind of get too much terrain there towards the west of the circle. And I'm with you. I think these two teams are going to end up just fighting it for the top 2, especially with the way that they're currently positioned. KC still has lots of their players alive too. They do have a little bit of a compound to work with. Reapers wanted to be the aggressors here. Going to be sending the Strong Boys. Can he actually run him over? And he's not. It was Tony. Tony was able to find there the last player from Strong Boys. Strong Boys once again not being able to capitalize on some of the games here that we have had so far today. Only getting one elimination, but they will secure at least some points via placement point. But it's not going to be enough for a team that only has 23 points right now on that leaderboard to the right. Max Smith said, "I'm flexible."
RS
apparently.
is still up. See what the Reaper's gonna do too, man. They're on the south side of this one. They're not in the zone fully set up just yet. They're gonna be making some moves though. Now Kodiak, they got their eyes on the KZ, and that building, not a lot of different sight lines you can really utilize. Lost has this entire side locked down. But yeah, they also worry about Punk as well. There goes one tap Romania. Now we got 5 squads remaining. 4 of them pretty stacked. KZ did lose a player, but they have a really good solid compound. It's going to be honestly, depending on where the zone goes. If it goes up north, Kodiak are going to have a huge advantage. If it goes down south, RS and Punk, honestly, I'd probably give the edge to Punk because they have the high ground. And KZ, man, they are really hoping that zone goes to the east side, because if it does go in any other direction, they're in big trouble.
You know who's going to be hoping the zone goes towards the south? It's not going to be just RS. It's going to be D2R Bets, because he's the only player left alive from his squad. And he's saying, please, stop paying attention to me, boys. I'm just trying to get some points here. I'm trying to see if maybe I can sneak in some extra points.
Don't even whisper my name. Don't even pretend I'm here. I'm big chilling right now. Trying to put some points on the board for my
squad. All you hear is just going to be teeth. Teeth just smacking into each other. Scared, man. Absolutely scared. Look at Kodiak, though. Kodiak, I like what Kodiak's doing here. Making sure they control so much terrain on that northwest side. And you were talking about it earlier, too. Punk, I really hope that Punk decides to get a little bit more angles on what RS is going to be doing. Especially because if I've seen this right, they have one player outside in the blue And there you go. Oh, ooh, okay. Ooh, Punk, you don't want to give Kodiak an advantage here. Luckily, with this terrain, it's hard to make somewhat of a push. But Kodiak will keep track of this, and they will position themselves, and they will get that information. And this team, I talked about it, Jukes. They performed so well yesterday when it came down to Miramar that I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if we get another win out of them. Punk is actually going to be sending it towards Kodiak, which is an even bigger surprise considering that they just had player knock. But Leon is going to be knocking Lost 7. Oh, they're
Huge fight between the two Titans in the lobby. Let's see what they can do. 20 is now going to be able to try to find another angle here. Looks like he is going to go ahead and go for the pickup and res. So casualties on both sides. Both of them kind of taking their time now, looking to get that full reset. But Reapers, they know that they need to get inside the zone. They're taking full advantage of that engagement. Push up. Push up.
Reapers.
Get in the fight.
They're wanting to, but they're also going to have to worry about KC. You can see them there, keeping an eye on it. They were able to, for Kodiak, they were able to pick up Lost 7. And they're going to be able to just even capitalize more on the players there from Punk. Punk losing players back and forth. Kodiak now having to hit the ground because KC is wanting to get into the action. And Punk a little bit too, maybe a little bit too aggressive there when they make that early push towards Kodiak, even though they didn't have any players knocked. And on top of that, they had one player that was out in the blue zone. So I was really confused there by that push from Punk.
Tough play right now. You can see Punk trying their best. 8 eliminations so far. And look at this spot. Playing it so quiet. He's got the shotgun. He jumps up now. The trap has been sprung, but he focused too hard on the thirst. And now Punk are kind of playing it solos. They're not really playing this like a team. They're just kind of looking to make things happen individually. And Reapers are taking full advantage of that.
It all fell apart, Jukes. It all fell apart. I was really hoping that Punk would just kind of focus on what Reapers was going to be doing, and it didn't end up going their way. They decided to just go a completely opposite way, and for this team, not what you want to see. I really wish that Punk, maybe they can go back to the drawing board. Maybe they can watch this whenever the day is done. If they would have just gone back and just look at Reapers and just fully control that area, they would have had the height advantage. They would have had the ground working with them as well. Kodiak getting a little bit caught offside there by Flicky, as Kodiak is now having to focus between not only just Reapers on the right side. KC starting to make that push. The nade's going to be coming in. Lost 7 is going to be connecting. More players are going to be going down, and he's going to be hoping that this one connects as well. The red zone's coming in, Jukes. The nades are going to be starting to pop off.
Here they go. Kodiak got that high ground. They're looking to punish KZ on their way into the zone. But right now, they're not really worried too much about Reapers. Right now, the full focus is going to be onto KZ, gatekeeping them. And that looks like that is going to be the right play here. Let's see what Lost can do, though, up top. Unfortunately, that hill is just a little bit too steep for him to get any shots off. He got the baka all the way in the back. Me model. Does look like he is going to get that knock. Yeah, that's Lost. Well, actually, Tony with the confirmation on there. Ooh, T getting knocked, though, does make things difficult. KZ need a miracle nade. KZ really need a huge knock to open things up for them. Reapers, got it.
Meanwhile, while
Can he
all
hit
this
it?
fight is going on, Reapers needs to start finding a way to just get a little bit closer. Start trying to get some other angles. There you go. Reapers doing just that. Gonna have to take care of this player. Bad boy from Punk Esports. Gonna be sent back to the lobby. Kodiak, you have 3 players. You have Reapers moving up onto you. Reapers is gonna have that 3 players as well. KC, Kodiak finding themselves a little bit pinched right here from each angle. You got KC, you got Reapers. Which one do you want to focus on? And you got to be careful because you already lost a player in 20.
Kodiak are so stuck, man. Now that the way the terrain is and this amount of timing, like they can't push KZ and clear him out. They have to just sit and wait. So it's literally anybody's game. Whichever 2 teams fight first, those are going to probably be the ones to lose. And right now, Kodiak is looking the most dangerous because they're completely pinched.
The ground.
And this is it. Circle's going now, closing. It's going down to nothing.
It is going to be closing in. Kodiak is really close right here. Flick is going to be on the offside. Me model with the shotgun. I mean, with the actual shot right there, taking care of KC. KC is going to be eliminated. And now Kodiak gets a chance to switch their focus. Reapers, this might have been a mistake because now their full focus is going to be on you. You do have the advantage. And you're going to be a little bit closer towards the center of the circle. So you're going to be seeing Kodiak pushing it out towards you. With this high ground, Tony, you might have an advantage here. And for Reapers, they're up to 11 eliminations, Hot Jukes.
Huge game for both of these teams. These are the top two squads in the lobby for a reason. Here goes P on the push. Got to make something happen. He's got that S12K locked and loaded. Bing, bang, boom, gone. And now Kodiak, with only Tony up left for the Reapers, Kodiak are looking too strong here. They got this chicken dinner in the bag. Maybe not. Tony, with that knock on the tee, he opened things up big time. Oh, but unfortunately getting taken out at the last second. It's going to be another Kodiak chicken dinner. Woo!
Never doubted them, Jukes. Never doubted them, especially when Reapers decided not to push up towards Kodiak right there. I'm actually impressed, honestly. If I'm being fully honest with you, I'm really impressed at the way that Kodiak is playing, man. Kodiak plays this Miramar so well, being able to control the area. As soon as, remember, even earlier on, as soon as they saw an opportunity to just take even more control of that northwest area of the circle, they didn't wait anything. The decision making was right there. They went for it. This is a team that's looking like they're not only just gonna be in the finals here for PMCO EEU Season 2, there's a team that's looking to go back to PMSL EU.
They're playing like a PMSL team. Let's be real, right? I mean, they are playing this beautifully. They're playing it together as a team. They're making the right decisions, when to engage, when to back off, when to rotate. They're just on point. They're just on point with every decision they've made so far. And I'm telling you, like when it comes to looking at squads that I feel that are going to be confident in PMSL, I mean, Kodiak's at the top of that list for me.
They definitely are. Me model. I mean, we saw what this player was able to do in regards to some shots. Boy, oh boy. 6 eliminations. The conversion rate just absolutely ridiculous when it comes to those eliminations. Only 686 damage. You're telling me this man, for almost every 100 damage he was popping off, he was getting an elim. That's a conversion rate that we're not used to seeing, and I always love highlighting, especially when players are able to do that, Jukes, because Kodiak playing that perfectly. I'm telling you, Punk, big question mark in regards to that push there that they did with Kodiak when Kodiak didn't even have a player down. When they weren't even distracted, they just decided to get up close and personal. And then for Reapers, I got to go back to it. Whenever Kodiak was fully focused on KC, and on top of that, they were able to knock that player and just pretty much make it a 3v4 situation. That's when you got to squeeze. That's when you got to become a snake, become an anaconda, and start squeezing them in, baby.
Yeah, you know, that game for Punk, it kind of hurts my heart a little bit because let's be real. If somebody from Punk is watching this right now, you know you should have won that game. Like, you know you should have won it. I think that you had the right position. You played it perfectly in the mid game. You were playing it so strong, so aggressive. Towards the end, though, something triggered. Something where you just lost that confidence, started laying down, trying to play these individual plays rather than playing as an aggressive squad as a unit. I think that's what cost you there. I think you kind of heard Kodiak up the top. You had Reapers coming down from the bottom. I think if you would have just grouped up and went for that all or nothing play and gatekeep Reapers, you could have won the game. But unfortunately, just weren't able to cut it out. At the end of the day, you had a great game. A great game. I'll give you props for that one, right? But those are just those little tweaks that you got to fix, especially come finals time if you make it there.
Yeah, that's a perfect thing for you to say right there in regards to when it comes finals time. Because right now, we're playing for just teams to make it to the finals. Top 16, top 15, who knows? We'll have to wait and find out because you never know what's going to happen here at the PMCO EEU 2025 Season 2. And this is why we keep saying, hey, yo, teams out there, you know what? Don't just go for top 16. Maybe go for top 15 or top 14. Who knows? But as we look at the match statistics here, Flicky with the most damage. No surprise there, too, because Flicky was getting some nasty off angles. And I thought he was actually going to be the difference maker, Hot Jukes, for Reapers. But then with them not closing it in, that was a bit of a backfire. Another team that I kind of want to highlight is going to be Leo Esports. That's 2 games where it's bad. It's really bad. You kind of look like you could have, especially the first one in the first Erangel, you look like you maybe could have done something. It didn't end up working out here in this Miramar. We saw you running around like a chicken without its head. Not what you want to see too, especially after what happened there in Miramar. But we are going into Sanhok after we look at this match ranking, because in Sanhok, guess what? If your day's not going your way, that is a perfect map to just take full advantage and hope of the madness. Get some eliminations. Get some of those placement points, Jukes.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna need him, especially Kodiak, man. With 23 points in this game, oh, they need more. They need a lot more, and I'm saying that in the most sarcastic way possible. These guys are going crazy here. One team that definitely needs some more, though, I'll say it, is Star Soldiers. Another game where they only pull up 2 points. I think if they would have rotated a little earlier to that hard shift side, they could have had a nice, easy game for themselves. But instead, just took a little bit too much time and got punished for it. So Sanhok, that's that map, baby. That's that map where you never know what's going to happen. And I think you just got to fully capitalize on it as we take a look at the overalls. Goodness gracious. Look at that gap. That gap is thick.
You might have been
Real thick.
You might have been saying it sarcastically. I'm over here saying, you know what, Kodiak, keep sponging up all these points, making it even more scary for those teams towards the bottom. Because I said it yesterday towards the end of the day, I'm hoping that this team does not slow down. I'm hoping that this team continues on as well and sends even more of a statement when we end up going towards the finals. Because right now they have a 49-point lead on second place, and if you look at the eliminations that this team has been able to put up, it's just disgusting, dude. Nobody gets even close. You only have Reapers that's close to 40, and besides that, nobody else has more than 30 illims. Some of them don't even have more than 20 illim, which is just insane.
7. They have more eliminations than every other team's points combined. Okay, and they have more placement points than third place on downs team points combined. Do you know how ridiculous that is? It's very ridiculous. 7. Very ridiculous. Yeah, Kodiak, they're on another level here. Another level. 3 chicken dinners so far. These guys are a shoo-in for the finals. I do not want to see them not go crazy in the finals, Kodiak. I don't even want to say it. Go nuts.
Go nuts. Definitely go nuts. Especially in Sanhok. You had a bad Sanhok yesterday. Maybe they'll be able to turn it around, but don't worry. We'll be coming back to Sanhok right after this break.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
And I'm out in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
Welcome back to the PMCO EEU 2025 Season 2. My name is the 7WG, joined alongside none other than Hot Jukes. We have gone now through one day, and then for today, we have gone now through two matches, Erangel and Miramar. The next one, Hot Jukes, is going to be Sanhok. There's some teams that need the madness of Sanhok to maybe start up that day, especially if you are part of Group B.
That's right. Because it's your last day. Your last day here for the semifinals, and you got to go crazy. I'm telling you, we need to see some points on the board right here, right now. You do not want to wait until the last game to try and be able to soak some up, especially when you got a team like Kodiak now going absolutely crazy. They're warmed up. They're ready to go. You see Reaper soaking up some good points as well. Man, it's getting a little bit sketchy for some of these teams, and I'm telling you, like, I think Star Soldiers are looking on trend to look pretty solid right now. I'm just not that confident though. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm not at a state to where I'm like, oh my gosh, these guys are good. I mean, they look good if they continue to have these next good games, you know? I mean, look at them right now. They're
Yeah.
in 34 points. That's
I was gonna say,
okay.
let's talk about it.
right?
Thank you, production. We love you. All right. So, I 100% agree with what you're saying. They're looking good, but I'm not sold on it, Jukes. I'm not sold on it because of this. Because from third place all the way down to 14th place, they're only separated by 14 points. That's how close all of this gap is. And that's why earlier, even though you were being kind of sarcastic about it, about Kodiak, yeah, keep on getting all the points, I wasn't. I want them just to keep on sponging up all the points, especially if Reaper Esports is also going to start popping off, because now with the way that Reapers is positioned, I would be insane to not say that now we have a second team going that's going to be going towards the finals, because I don't see Reapers slowing down. I see Reapers maybe finishing here within 80 points minimum with the way that they've been playing today.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Reapers, they're good. They're good to go. Kodiak, they've made it. Everybody else is kind of in that toss-up stage. And people are going to be like, Jukes, what are you talking about? I mean, third place has 37 points. You got to remember, I mean, we got half of these squads aren't playing tomorrow. Like, that's it. They're just going to be sitting back and waiting. So this is their only opportunity to make something happen. We got Group A and Group C. We're going to have 5 more matches to get some points on the board. And honestly, Kodiak's going to be gone tomorrow, 7, right? So now that point sponge isn't going to be there. So guess what? That means there's going to be a lot more eliminations available for A and C. So, dude, yeah, 7. I mean, you're right. Yeah, if Kodiak just continues to just go nuts and soak up all these points, taking them away from Group B is in big trouble.
Group B is definitely going to be in big trouble. For those teams, I mean, one that comes right to mind right away, Strong Boys. What are we doing, Strong Boys? What do we wanted to do here? Because we expected a little bit more out of you, out of this team, with the way that they came in. Okay, we're like, okay, you know what? Coming into today, they're not looking that good when they actually go to the overall. They started off the day with 16 points. You need to have that urgency. At this point, you only have 3 matches left here in the semifinals. It's not guaranteed of what's going to happen when we end up going towards the finals, if you even make it. And with the way that this team's currently performing, I hate to say it, Jukes, but I just don't see them in the finals.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for sure. I think if they get... Honestly, I think Sanhok's their opportunity. I will say it. I think right here, right now, for the Strong Boys, they need a great game, because they just... especially towards late game, they just seem to kind of fall apart. They're not really like playing together as a unit just yet. And I mean, it happens, guys. You know, I'm not trying to be hypercritical of these guys. This is PMCO. We're going to see some teams that are just trying to get their feet on the ground here. You know what I'm saying? So like, I just want to see an improvement from Strong Boys at the worst, right? I want to see something that I can be like, hey, you know what? These guys, they're looking good. They're making some moves and adjustments accordingly. And they only have 3 matches left to do it. So, I mean, these are the championship rounds. Time to put up or shut up.
You know what? You're not going to be trying to be hypercritical of this team. I will. I'll be more than happy to be hypercritical because of something that you said. Let's break it down a little bit more in regards to Strong Boys, right? You mentioned this team is able to get towards the late game, but not able to execute. And that's the crazy part, because when we started off the day, this team actually ended up having more placement points than eliminations, which is a complete opposite of what everybody else that was at the top has been doing. So for this squad, if you want to learn anything about this PMCO EEU Season 2 being at this stage, as we're going to be jumping into Sanhok, is that you need to figure out how to play that late stage better, because you're getting yourself into those situations. You're just not being able to execute.
And that's what it's all about, man. It is time to execute here, because this is it for Strong Boys. You got this Sanhok is the last one you're playing in the semifinals. You got 2 matches left to go after this one. The door of opportunity, I'm telling you, it's already more than halfway closed. That's for sure. Let's get it started, though. You can see some players hopping in those vehicles. They're getting moving. My eyes are going to be on Paradise Resort. That place was absolutely crazy yesterday, and it looks like it's going to be the same, 7. There's a ton of teams over there in Paradise.
I'm looking at TGM already. I'm gonna be looking at Pinan. Okay, Pinan is chilling. Leo, oh my goodness, Leo, are you just not wanting to make it towards the finals, or what are we doing here? 2 matches that weren't bad. Take advantage of Sanhok and then decide to drop on boot camp. You know what, Leo? If this works out for you, I'll be happy. But if this doesn't work out for you, boy, get ready, because I am just gonna absolutely destroy.
Oof.
Oh,
They're in the lobster building
Yeah, you don't
here.
have to
They
pick this.
dropped hot, that's for sure. But so far, so good. They're not down just yet. So they're able to take their time, get their loot. Let's see if both these teams can decide to just kind of like chill out a little bit.
I mean, that would be nice. A team that is currently fighting, and it's going to be fighting in an interesting position, is going to be BX Brothers. They were fighting actually south and east of boot camp, south of Paradise Resort. A bit of trash looting north of Quarry as well. And with the circle that we're going to be getting in here, it could end up benefiting them. SSE, we were talking about this team too, Jukes. We were talking about how this team needs to start having up some at least some good performances, or just average enough to start racking up even more points. There you go. Escorp is going to be able to find one of the players there from TGM, but he's not going to be able to go over there and fully eliminate them. They are going to start closing in the gap. You can see them being a little bit more proactive, sending in 3 players. The Star Soldiers Epic wanting to close on this gap, wanting to secure 4 points here out of Sanhok, and it will be a great start to just change the outlook of what's been going on today for Star Soldiers Epic.
Let's go, Star Soldiers. Get those moves going. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing so far. Eliseo holding that compound. Now starting to make the move on in. He's got that DBS locked and loaded. Let's see some of that CQC action we're knowing you for.
Gonna be waiting. There you go. You got that CQC action. Flushing that elimination. And TGM. Now, one of the players here decides to back off. This is what I'm saying. Like, boys, you guys could have backed off from the get-go. You know that people are going to be dropping there. We got a chance to see it yesterday. And Leo, in the elimination feed, I'm starting to see that you have lost a player as well. And if we look at the overall, after 2 matches, Leo's currently sitting at 2 points. And luckily, they do have an element to their name. Ooh, AT. I don't like how you guys are so grouped up right here, actually. That is scary, because Leo, if they play it right, they can just end up clutching and getting all the off angles for everybody.
It is looking a little scary here. And then you look at Leo now trying to find some angles himself. Let's see what kind of angles he's going to find. Big stalemate right here. Everybody playing this so carefully, and I cannot blame them one bit here, Seven.
Yeah, no utility very early on. People are going to be relaxing. But there you go. The thing is, when you're out in the open, AT, you give your back. You're not covering your back. The angles are going to be coming through. Now you're only having to deal with 2 players. And if you're Leo, yeah, send that. Who is that? Who is that? Maxora, I believe. Yeah, Maxora is going to be going on the left, trying to get some more angles on this squad. Great play here by Leo if they're looking to get this extra 2 points.
The stalemate right now. Everyone just taking their time. That's the right thing to do. Especially if you're Leo, you're down a player already. It's not looking the best. Just take your time, make something happen, man. And not to mention, it's already been it's already been 2 games for Leo, and only 2 points so far going into their 3rd match. So not the start they're going to be looking for. I mean, they do have the advantage of being able to play, knowing exactly how many points they're going to need. And it's also going to be good that Kodiak's not here to steal some of those points, you know what I'm saying? But, oh, now losing another player, it is not looking too hot here. And, I mean, you said it, Seven. I think if you're Leo, like, there's no need to drop in such a hot location.
Pushed by Leo. Leo 2v2. Going to be going up against AT. You kind of have them pinned down. You're not really going to have that much utility. Molotov is going to be a right play. You're going to be able to control that area. You're going to be able to dictate where these teams and these players are going to be going. But you got to make sure you're ready there, Marin. That door, sadly, you're not going to be able to shoot through that door. Getting different angles. You have them in a room. You don't have any utility. How are you going to be approaching this situation? You have them at a
He's blind.
disadvantage. The flashbangs are going to be coming through. Alpha Team GG wanting to make sure they fade off anybody. There you go. Mary knocks one. Can he get the other one? He's going to get knocked instead, and it's going to turn into a 1v1 situation. Buddy trying to clutch it up here for Leo. Meanwhile, PP6 moving up, and Alpha Team GG sends Leo back to the lobby. And instead of 2 games, Leo, make it 3, because now you only have 2 points to show it up after 3. Oh my goodness, what a big fall off right there.
That was a tough loss right there. Just a straight up 2v2 fight. You have them trapped in a closet and you're not able to close it out. Yeah, that's a hard one to come back from here, Seven, because we talk about that mentality, you know, that player mentality. You can see some big frustration from these players after a play like that. But let's move on over to Pubg Esports now. On the move, going up against MW. This is their last day to play. They're currently sitting with 36 points. They want another good match to feel a little comfortable going into tomorrow. But Punk applying that pressure, doing a great job here, using that util, those nades. Oh, a smoke is going to completely blind them. Makeaway are in big trouble, and they know it.
Makeaway could be in a big trouble here as they're now moving around, trying to find different angles. Punk just starting to push in. PC gets skinned up, getting picked up. Bad Boy finding him even through the smoke. Spectra back to the lobby as he's going to be getting caught. But now we're going to be switching it over. There you go. More players just falling. But they need to be careful because STB is going to be a strong buy. As strong boys, I talked about it. You want to use the madness of Sanhok. You want to be able to third party. You got to set yourself up here to actually be able to third party. And they're doing just that, Jukes.
Man. Strong boys on the move. You got to capitalize. You need these points so desperately. Only 24 so far with only 3 matches. Oh, he actually jumped the window. Okay, beautiful. I was about to say that should have been an easy knock. You cannot do the animation this close in a fight. Stefan not getting shot third partied. That's another team. Who is it? Oh, is that was Most Wanted. Still alive, their last player. All right, Stefan now entering the building. There goes Makeaway, gone. See what strong boys can do though. Stefan on the push. Gotta make something happen here. Bad Boy though, locked and loaded with that shotgun, just saying, bring it on! And they do.
They end up bringing it on right there. A little bit scary though for strong boys as they were starting to line up. Leo's gonna still be alive for Punk Squad, and he's gonna be the last one standing. It's gonna be a hard one to win here as now he's gonna be so low in HP. Strong boys taking advantage of the madness going on here. Add those points to their tally because now they're sitting up to 5 eliminations and they're looking to get more, but they've got to be careful because remember, with Sanhok, yeah, you're able to third party, but you might end up getting your third party by somebody else, and SSE is looking to do just that from far away. I don't think they're going to find that opening, so they're going to slow this down and decide to back off.
It's a party, that's for sure. You got the BX brothers here. They're even taking a peek like, oh, party? Did I hear party? There'll be somebody around here. Oh, he sees him. Takes the shot and gets the knock. And he's like, okay, I'm good with that. Just want to let him know I was here. I mean, he's right. There's no way you're using that thirst. Just dip.
Is smart plays there by BX Brothers, just putting in the pressure, making sure they send some messages back and forth. This was 2 teams that were earlier engaging up in Paradise Resort, or very close to it at least. But for BX Brothers, something that I actually want to see out of them in this match is going to be some placement points. After the matches that we have played, this team has just been able to get mostly eliminations, but they have not been able to clutch up any placement points, which I think they're due, unless they run into Kodiak. Then Kodiak is just going to make sure they fully stop them.
Yeah, I think BX Brothers, I like what I see so far. I like the aggression. It just hasn't worked out for them, you know, but they're putting up enough eliminations that I'm kind of like, all right, you know, especially after game 1, you know, so they're in their 3rd match now. They have 3. They're not scared to get into those early fights, but you're right. It's about time we see them get into that late game so we could feel just a little bit more comfortable with them here. because anything can happen. I mean, we see like even SSE, right? They went out with two points in the last game. They have 3 now, so that's a great sign. With this game, that could punch their ticket to the finals if they're able to get a good chicken dinner here.
For which team?
For Star Soldiers.
Okay. Yeah.
They have 37 points right now. So, yeah.
I think they're definitely setting
Double-digit
themselves up in a great
elimination chicken
position.
dinner?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely setting themselves up in a great position there. You mentioned it, 3 eliminations. That's going to be great for this squad. Still all 4 players alive. Remember, sometimes we end up seeing this squad just losing players earlier on. But that is not the case right now. They just need to make sure they start focusing a little bit more towards the circle. Because when we saw the circle, they were out on the northwest side. One thing, though, is that BX Brothers has taken full control of the compounds there towards the east of Quarry. And I'm intrigued to see where they're going to be splitting themselves up as well. Because with all this area, once you get the high ground, you might be able to set yourself up great to just start collecting all those ilms. And BX Brothers, we know how aggressive they were able to be early on. They might be able to be aggressive here in this one too. And if the placement points aren't going to be a play, you know what? Keep collecting those eliminations. Although in the last one, I do have to notate this, Jukes. In the last game, they only got 1 elimination, which was a little bit scary because Kodiak was just set up perfectly for them. Right now, Kodiak nowhere near to be found, at least close in the vicinity of where BX Brothers is at.
Yeah, they're on the complete other side of the map right now. So that's good for BX Brothers. I'll tell you that right now. Right now, they're pushing up towards that central location. If we can pull up the map, we'll notice there's like 2-3 big compounds that are wide open. Oh, Reaper's going out. That's interesting.
Yep. And it's due because of that split. It's due because of that split that they're working with. Just look how proactive this team is with BX Brothers. This is why I'm saying, like, if for some reason with the split that they currently do have, if they don't end up losing any players and then the circle gets a little bit more center up, they're more than likely going to end up moving up towards where the mountain's at. And if they continue to be this proactive, as long as Kodiak, that's the big question mark for me. As long as Kodiak doesn't get close to them, I think BX Brothers could end up with 10 or more eliminations. They're already up to 6.
I think you're right. I think it's totally possible here. Kodiak on the move, though. He, with that off angle, he's so far away from his teammate, though. I think Lost is literally lost. Yeah, they're going to lose him. 20 is down as well. So Kodiak down to 2 players. But then again, guys, like we talked about earlier, they have so many points, they can do whatever they want. No judgment.
Should I be nitpicky here?
Nah. Not to. I think Kodiak, they've set themselves up so solid that they are immune from criticism at this point.
The thing is that's back-to-back bad games in Sanhok.
Oh, that is a good point, though. That is a good point.
That's a bit of a question mark for me, because I know a lot of people tend to say going into Sanhok, it's just one game. You only play it once a day. But finals is going to be 3 days. That means you're going to end up playing Sanhok 3 times. And you don't want to just fully throw away 3 matches just because you had all the points available. So I was actually genuinely looking forward to seeing Kodiak do something here on this Sanhok. It's not going to be the case, and it's something that you guys definitely need to keep an eye on when we get to finals for this squad. Trying to recover here. T looking to pick up me model. Lost 7 and 20 are going to be out. This team only has 2 points. And for BX Brothers, there should be a big message to just make sure they take full advantage of this. And for everybody else, honestly, SSE, this is a huge message for you too. You got to make sure you take full advantage of this and collect as many points as you can. And SSE is currently sitting pretty inside the circle.
See what we're going to see from BRB8. Man, they are outside of the zone now, just pushing wide out in the open. It's not looking too hot. Just going to have to try to make a play here at this point, I think, if you're this squad. Yeah, you can see them hopping in their vehicles. They're getting on the move here, looking for some kind of open space. But things are definitely starting to get difficult. That goes Alpha Team GG, BX Brothers. They're in the blue zone as well. This is stage 4. This is going to definitely start hurting.
so much fighting here as well. BX Brothers making sure that anybody that's fighting all the way towards the east, that's not even close towards the circle, peppering them, shooting at them, making sure they clear that area. And when they do, they're gonna have the south and all of the west side, at least southwest side of the area of the circle fully clear, which they will be able to just start focusing a little bit more towards what's gonna be happening here towards the higher ground. One is gonna be pushing up towards this squad, but one needs to be careful. One hasn't really been able to do much right now. They're currently up to 1 elimination, 8 points total. Jukes, you don't want to get eliminated like this. You don't want to put yourself in a situation that we've seen some of the other teams be at the beginning of the day, especially from Group B, because Group A is gonna come in hungry tomorrow. If I expect anything, that will be one thing, especially for the teams that need to catch up the other squads. We will have that bubble point at the end of the day. We will have that benchmark that the teams need to shoot for.
That's for sure. And the good thing for everybody else is that, you know, Kodiak won't be in the lobby, taking away all those eliminations. So
yeah,
that's going to be a huge advantage for both Group A and Group C, to be honest. So for the rest of the Group B teams today, I mean, you got a lot going against you. Let's see what BX Brothers can do, though. BX Brothers, they're on the outside of the zone. And it's crazy because there's still a couple compounds that are available here, but everybody just thinks they're taken, so no one is pushing up to them right now. BX Brothers, man, what do you do in this situation? You can see they're just so focused on one, and I don't blame them. Like, do you think they just make that push up to Notorious if they're in the middle? That's going to be tough.
No. Yeah, just do this. Just do
I
what
guess
they're
just
doing.
play that edge.
Take care. Yeah, take care of this team, because once they clear that, now they're gonna have even more real estate to work with, and they'll be able to push up and maybe go north towards SSE. I don't think you would want to put yourself in a position where you just kind of crash towards Notorious, even though that they don't know that it's Notorious, even though that they don't really have that awareness in the map feed like we do, and we're able to see which teams are where. That would be a bad play for BX Brothers to do. Just let your gun skill take care of the situation here against one.
And it's a good point here, especially consider that they already have 8 eliminations, so already a decent game from them. Just playing on this edge line, securing these eliminations are going to be crucial. Suro, though, is in a bad spot. No heals at all. Oh, it looks like he is going to get picked up, though, from his teammates. Oh, there goes Kodiak, though. Oh, he got him. Nice ankles there from T.
Oh, BX.
Even with a solo player.
Everybody. They're getting destroyed by everybody. I gotta give props to SSE. SSE is also using that long range, just like Kodiak is, just like Notorious is. They're making sure that they make this very difficult for this squad. And once again, Kodiak finds himself in a way, even with just one player, that hinders what BX was going to be able to do. And this is what I was talking about. Like, if BX is able to somehow recover from this, Jukes, they could start wrapping around towards the north, because now you're going to have to be worried. At least if you're Notorious, you're going to have to be worried, because you're going to hear those shots from T, and you know that KC has more than likely shot in the past, so you know that there's going to be a squad there going to the east as well. So wait, try to see if you can stay alive a little bit longer, BX Brothers. And as I say that, one of them gets knocked even more. It's going to be harder with this terrain, but man, it would have been wonderful if this team would have been able to just rotate north side and just wrap around.
Yeah, but man, easier said than done at Sanhok, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
One team in particular, yeah, one team I'm really looking at, though, it's got to be Star Soldiers. I thought we were gonna finally see them with all 4 up in the late game, and then you got S-Corp all the way up there up top by him lonesome. He gets caught out, so we are gonna see them make it to late game, but it's gonna be as a 3-man. I don't think they needed that off angle.
Moving up. Yeah, he waited a little bit too long there, especially with the way that the terrain was working with. Notorious needs to make sure that they clear Kodiak, the Kodiak player that was shooting earlier at BX Brothers. BX Brothers getting a bit of a reset there, but there you go. This is just such a hard terrain to work with, honestly, BX Brothers. Just be happy, once again, that you're going to end up with 8 eliminations. You didn't get to the 10 that I wanted to see. You're going to be throwing up the smokes, and there you go. Fleek ends up getting eliminated. SSE being aggressive, and SSE right now, Eliseo up to 3 eliminations. 9 total for the squad. Even if they don't win it, you were asking for it, Juice. I think with this game right here, they're going to be a little bit more comfortable. I'm not going to put them in the finals just yet, but they're going to be a little bit more comfortable going into the last two matches of the matches total that they're going to be playing.
Oh, they needed this one so bad. And it's good to finally see LSL start to get warmed up here. 3 eliminations. We see him in the late game. Let's see what you could do, though. How are you going to finish? That's going to be the question. Notorious Puncher! Oh my gosh, he's like, what the heck happened to this thing? You got to put it in the first year. Notorious, though, not able to catch KZ on that rotation. And now they're going to start moving up that hill, creeping up here. And they're going to have some pretty good solid sight lines here to make something happen against KZ. This is the big battle here, though, for this side of the map.
I dare to say that Notorious took a bit too long in this compounds. They got a little bit too comfortable there. The reaction time needed to be a little bit faster, and one team that's making sure that they don't leave it up to chance, that they actually take the destiny into their hands, is none other than KC Esports, as they just push in and fully eliminate them and automatically just make a quick 180 and start focusing on what Star Soldiers is going to be doing, because they're moving up. There you go. Cappuccino's going to get knocked. Mango being able to switch it up. Why not make it 2? But it's just too much. As who is it? Star Soldiers? Star Soldiers was able to win with just 3 players right there, and it was so good that was so quick. Great reaction time.
So
hey,
fast.
Okay, you know what? I'm with you. I'm with you, Star Soldiers. I think you're gonna be going to the finals. For all the fans of Star Soldiers, I need to see it in the chat. Let me see those flags. Let me see those LEL spam. Even though we have slow mode, remove slow mode. Let him spam a little bit.
That's right. Yeah, come on. Let the people talk right here. The hype is up. It's about time. We see the Star Soldiers get that chicken dinner. They needed it so bad, and they did it real quick. I mean, for a second there, I was just like, all right, yeah, I see them starting to make a move. They're closing in. All of a sudden, boom, game over. Beautiful, beautiful to see, and it's about time. And they needed it. And it's a championship round 7. We were talking about that earlier, right? Can they make it happen there at the last second? And they did.
The way that they were able to play that was actually really good. Like being able to get those players in. At one point I was talking about it. They were chilling. They were inside the circle. You didn't really have to do anything. If you got to nitpick anything about that match from that squad, was just Escort getting caught with the off angle, but not really having any transportation to get back to his team. Maybe that's something that this team can work on. But with the way that they were able to set up, they were able to set up perfectly. They waited for the right moment, right decision to make that push as soon as they heard KC fighting with Notorious. And I got to go back to Notorious too, because boy, I thought that they were going to be able to do a little bit more. I think the Kodiak player actually played a big role on stopping Notorious from leaving that compound even earlier, which KC got a little bit blessed for. Because if T wasn't there from Kodiak, Jukes, they would have just started wrapping around. They would have taken the fight there towards KC.
Yeah, dude, BX Brothers, I think they did the best with what they had. And I got to give them props for that there. But look at this, for the first time, we see a Star Soldiers player. There's the MVP, Mano. 6 eliminations, 515 damage. Really good to see these guys wake up in the last rounds here, because man, I was getting a little worried there, 7, for sure. You know, like I said, I'm hoping that the scenario with this team is that they're just so confident that they're going to make it and do something good in the finals, that they're just like, you know what, let's just play, make something happen today. But I do agree, though, with seeing some of their play styles, right? Some of those splits.
Yep.
I definitely am noticing some synergy issues. For a team that we want to see like play confidently in the Super League, they definitely got some stuff to fix. I hope they fix it in come finals time. And the only way to get there is by winning the game that they just did, and maybe I think one more solid game today. I think they should feel pretty good going into tomorrow.
I would actually like you to expand on that, because the thing is here for PMCOs, what I usually love doing is like if we do see something in regards to like, now you're talking about synergy, right? If we're able to kind of give those players some info that we might have seen, because we are watching the games after all, hey, feel free to deep dive into what kind of synergy you're talking about there for the squad.
Yeah, we got the time for sure. And you know what? When it comes to the synergy, you look at their just style of play. Look at the way Kodiak's playing, because they're doing everything right. They're fighting together as a unit, constantly covering each other. Every single player's angle is there to support each other, to where if one gets knocked, the other could put suppressive fire and cover him, right? What we saw in the last match, right? We saw them trying to do a cheeky off angle up on top of the hill, right? And in that position, you're completely isolated. If you get knocked, you're done for.
S-Corp?
Yeah, if you're able to, yeah, for S-Corp. Yeah, and Star Soldiers. So, like,
Yep.
I think at that certain point, just playing a more tight-knit, conservative play style is going to just pay dividends for you at the end. You know, so right now what I see from Star Soldiers is I see a team that has an idea of what to do, but the whole team isn't 100% sold on that idea. At least from what I'm seeing from the outside in. If I had the comms, I'd know for sure. But that's what it just looks like. It looks like they have maybe 2 ideas of what to do best, and they're kind of split, and they're a little bit indecisive on there. We want to see that full-fledged, just instantaneous, this is the play, this is what we're doing.
That's fair. The team being able to get their 24 points. KC Esports finishes there with 12 points as well. But yeah, Star Soldiers, I'm actually just happy. And I to be completely honest, even for that match overall, I wouldn't even say it's synergy. I think the player was up in a sniper tower. He just didn't have a way to get back to his squad. Usually when we see a player being able to get the off angle, you have the vehicles, you have a mode of transportation to just fully get back to his squad. But for everybody else, I mean, when you talk about synergy, the synergy was there at the end. All 3 players started pushing KC. All 3 players made sure they had everything going on. And Star Soldiers, I might have been scratching my head. I wanted to see more out of you. You guys showed up, and I'm impressed. And I'm hoping that this doesn't slow down. I'm hoping you guys start carrying some momentum here because of the way that we have seen some of the other teams playing, especially when you end up going to the finals. And dare I say that with that performance right there, I feel like they definitely clutch up their final spot.
I think so too. I think 58 points is going to be enough. So, man, a big sigh of relief for the Star Soldiers for sure. I think that you may maybe utilize these last 2 games to maybe just tune some things for those finals time. Because you're right, Seven. The 3 players, they crushed it. But we haven't seen all 4 yet from Star Soldiers towards the end. And I think that's something that we really need to look at come finals time, especially come Super League time. So I'm hoping that this is just a little sneak peek of what we're going to see in the finals for Star Soldiers. Because we've seen it plenty of times, right, Seven, where a team does okay come semifinals, and then finals time, they're just an entirely different beast. And I hope that's the case for Star Soldiers.
That's right. I mean, my expectations now are being met for this squad. I'm happy to see that everybody in the chat that was able to start picking Star Soldiers, they're going to show up. Well, guess what? They're starting to show up, and I'm all here for it. Now I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams that are towards the bottom. We do have 2 matches left. Star Soldiers able to create a bit of a gap there between 3rd place and 4th place. And remember, that's what I was telling you earlier, Jukes. We got to keep an eye out on these gaps that these teams are going to be creating because everything else is just so close. Now we move down to 4th place, all the way down to, heck, even 14th place. They're only separated by just 15 points. And if you want to go even lower, to 16th place, they're only separated by 17 points. And for BX Brothers, for KC Esports, this is a great start to their day because today has been their actual first day. Tomorrow, they're going to be able to come back and back it up.
Dang right, man. And tomorrow is going to be absolutely crazy, guys. We still got 2 matches left to go today, though. We got Erangel, we got Miramar. I'm going to be looking at this next Erangel 7 to see, you know, if we're going to see some more of those hot drops as well, right? Are we going to see BX Brothers go up against Leo? What are we going to see happen? Leo's only got 2 points today. I think they need to just completely head away from centralized locations and just make something happen towards the late game here, because 2 points after 3 games, that's a rough start.
For Leo, they just need to stop hot dropping.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said. I'm like,
what are we doing
avoid
here,
it.
boys? What are we doing here? Like, first an hour ago, like the first 2 games, you know what? I was willing to be okay with it. After that, I even said it before this match started. I was like, I'm hoping that team is going to be able to use Sanhok to propel themselves forward, to use this as a launch pad pretty much for this squad. And it looked like they were going to be able to do that, but they end up losing this engagement. They just end up lining up there for Alpha. and it doesn't end up working out, as Alpha Team ended up coming out on top of that hot drop. It was a slow hot drop, but it was still a hot drop. Going into the next Erangel, you don't want to find yourself going in Pachinki against BX Brothers, because now BX Brothers is feeling themselves. BX Brothers knows exactly what to do, and they know that they just have to wait it out a little bit longer for them to make a mistake.
Yeah, BX Brothers are doing great from the start. I think they've showed that, hey, we can win fights for sure. You know, it's just about just getting to that late game. I think it's only a matter of time before we see a BX Brothers chicken dinner. I really do. You know,
Yep.
It could happen in the next 2 games for sure. Or tomorrow as well. So like by now I've watched so many games and casted so many matches. I have a good idea of like which teams I think are going to make it and which teams are in trouble, right? And there's definitely some squads that are in trouble here that need to perform in these last 2 matches. One of them in particular, I'm gonna go with Strong Boys, right? Strong Boys, they need a big game in these last 2 if they really want to feel confident going into tomorrow, because they're right there on that cutoff, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, Strong Boys right now sitting at 28 points. You have the Noisy Boys too. We haven't gotten a chance to talk about the Noisy Boys much. They're sitting at 27 points. Notorious. This is a team that if you're waving a red flag, buddy, I'm waving the biggest red flag, because it's a team that I want to see in finals, especially with the veteran style players that they have, especially with what we saw at the beginning of the day in Sanhok. Man, I really enjoyed that they were able to play those 2-2 splits in Military Circle. In Miramar, they were starting to kind of do some stuff here. They keep setting themselves up in good positions, but they just aren't fully able to execute quite there yet. So for Notorious, you have Strong Boys out there. Let us know in the comments below, who else do you think you want to see step up before we end all this match, especially teams that are from Group B, because just to remind everybody, Hot Jukes, Group B is not going to be here tomorrow.
Last 2 matches for them. Literally, this is their whole tournament life is on the line here and now. I mean, we've been kind of talking about it with a sense of seriousness before, but now it's at a whole nother level here, because Group A and Group C are going to go nuts tomorrow, especially with Kodiak not being here. So, like I said, and this is just a pure guess, just from my experience, I'm thinking 40 points minimum to even get close to standing a chance. But the more I'm looking at it, you may be looking at towards like 50, you know what I'm saying? A plus. It's getting a little bit too close for comfort. Yeah, 55 might be it. Yeah.
Yeah, I said 60 earlier, but I feel like that might be too high of a mark considering what we're seeing right now in the overall
We said 60
leaderboard.
was comfortable, which so I think you're right.
Yeah. I feel like, but 60 is like, all right, you're good. You're not even,
good.
you don't even have to watch the games tomorrow. All right.
Yes.
You gotta be out
Yep.
with the family. You gotta be out with your friends. Do whatever. It's, boys, I'm already in the finals. I ain't even gotta worry about it. That's pretty much how SSE is gonna be doing it. Now for some of the other rosters, like 40, I feel like 40 will still be way too close, just because of how close everything is. But you know what? We get a chance to talk about this. We get a chance to continue on, as we're going to be jumping into the second Erangel of the day. The last Erangel for teams in Group B. So everybody, you know what? I'm just going to name it now. BRBA Esports, Kodiak, Makeaway, Notorious, Reapers Esports, Star Soldiers Epic, which, boys, you ain't got to worry about anything. You're already in the finals. You good. And then you have Strong Boys and TGM. If you feel like you are not in a comfortable position, that is a big red mark. That is a big waving red flag. Now is time to take chance of this opportunity and take chance of this amazing playing path in Erangel.
Beautiful playing path here. My eyes are going to be locked on Pachinki, though. Are we going to see Leo head in that direction? It doesn't look like it. It looks like they're going to make a move here, which is a very, very good decision for sure. So I'm always happy to see teams make adjustments on the fly for their betterment, and I think Leo just did that.
See where Leo is going to be dropping here. BX, we can see them now going to Pachinki. Okay, I see Leo. I see you, Leo. You're going to be trash
Little
looting.
farm
That's
drop.
fine. Oh
Hey,
my gosh.
farm's not trash.
Oh my god.
Oh,
No,
are you kidding me?
They're not right on farm.
That's true.
Are we looking at the
That
same
is
thing?
true. Yeah, they're just
Okay.
they're just off a farm here with that little split loot. But another military circle. 7, you asked for it, and we got it, baby. Oh my goodness. Things are gonna get spicy here. Are we gonna see teams just rotate quicker, though? That's gonna be my question. Because last time they took their
sure hope
sweet
so.
time and got punished for it.
I sure hope so. I'm gonna be looking at BX Brothers. I'm gonna be looking actually at Kodiak. I want to see what they're gonna be doing here, what their play style is gonna be like, and I kind of want to see a follow up as well from Star Soldiers Epic. I want to see them rotate a little bit faster because Star Soldiers Epic is gonna. When we saw them in the map, they were almost all the way up to George Bull, which is a hard rotation, especially with this kind of circle. There's still a chance for it that the circle could close up towards the main island. It's a very slow chance, but still, with the way that they were able to show me how they performed in that last game in Sanhok, that synergy you were talking about, you didn't really enjoy it. I actually personally did enjoy how they were able to execute that finish with the 3 players. Show me that you can execute some crazy rotations here, especially when the circle's so far away from you.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what happens right now as Leo are holding this compound. On the push in an early engagement with 1, but I mean, this is literally just 1 player. Should be an easy thirst. You're going to want to do this quicker rather than later, though. Don't let the rest of the team start catching some angles on you. Oh, he has a shotgun, though. That's dangerous. Oh, Raka gets a nice knock, though. Looks like that was from downtown, so that's great.
And 1.
How are you going to do this against Inks, though? Yeah.
But look who it is. It's Leo once again. I mean, right now, Leo being able to get some points here, but they got to make sure they don't line up. This is always a hard push. You're up to 3 points, Leo. You cannot afford to lose anybody. That's the only problem. There you go. Force him up. Don't go 1 by 1.
Got him.
Nice shot there from Leo. Tactical, surgical, and being able to add another elimination to their tally. This is more of what I was expecting out of this squad. There you go. Using this positioning for themselves, getting those points, not putting themselves at a full disadvantage right away.
You know what Leo needs to do now? Drive. Drive, drive, drive. You got a good couple eliminations. Head towards military sooner rather than later. You're right there. You had that farm-esque drop. Right? Just take off, get a good position. Don't even worry about having to deal with some bridge action here. Every second counts.
I mean, Strong Boys is going to be looking to possibly do that, or they're going to be looking just to stay here. That's what I'm saying. Like, with the way that this circle, there is a lot more of the main island on this circle, so it could force some teams to just question it a little bit more. And as we see, BX Brothers isn't even making the push there towards the main island, and they're wanting to go a little bit more towards Ferry Pier.
Of course, backing it up all the way in ruins. So they're going to be taking their time here on this rotation. That's for sure, because they're already super late. Oh, nice shot there, though. Oh, nice little return as well. Back and 4 shots from KZ and TGM. TGM double 6 getting knocked. That's a big one right there. And that's KZ pretty much done and dusted here. It's going to be a 4v1.
Nades are going to be coming through. KC, last player standing. Goes Zona after a great finish there in the last match. Gonna be
oh my god!
Going to be switching it. Oh my goodness. He almost ended up getting that other player too, forcing them to back off. And there you go. TGM making sure they send KC back to the lobby, but KC didn't go down without a fight, taking at least 2 of their players with them. But now for TGM, what are you going to be doing here? I mean, you're going to have to figure out a way to get yourself there into the late game with just 2 players. And if it does end up going military, oh boy, that is really hard to do with just two players.
For sure. Yeah, TGM going for the eliminations early on. This is why we talk about avoiding those early engagements, right? Because, yeah, you got 4 limbs, but now you're down to 2. What are you going to do for the rest of the day? And not to mention, they are one of those teams. Look at that, TGM, 37 total points. Oh, boy. They have 4 so far. Man, this is scary for TGM. I think they're going to be right there on that cutoff 7. They're going to have to go crazy in Miramar.
Yeah. I mean, they could still clutch up points here. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They have 2 players. left alive. 1 gone. Punk just making sure that they send one tap Romania back to the lobby there. 15th place. Punky's. This is actually a good position. If he does close up even more in military, Punk could hold this for a bit and just catch people. Okay, they're not. They're gonna decide to back off. Let's see. Where are you gonna be deciding to just park up, Punk? Because right now they have freedom. With them being some of the first teams that were able to make it all the way across, they have freedom to just decide where they want to go or which fight they want to take.
That's exactly right. And Punk with 18 points, they're going to be playing tomorrow, so the pressure is not on them as high as it is for the rest of these Group B teams. Honestly, we need to see something from TGM with 2 players up. They're not looking too great. Make away as well. 37 points on the board. Notorious, actually. Oh my gosh, Notorious is actually in big trouble right now. 33 points. That is not going to be good enough. I mean, because look at it.
That's why I was calling
Notorious has played what? Yeah, I mean, look at that. You got BX brothers who've only played 1 day, and they're going to catch up to them in points already. That's crazy. So, Notorious, where are you at? Actually, okay, I'm looking at the map. They're in Novo. So, they're going to be looted up to the teeth. They're already in military. So, they have everything going for them here, 7. But honestly, if you're Notorious, it's chicken dinner time, baby. You need a serious game.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I've been calling them out. This is why I said it's still a scary team because of how close everything is going to be between these squads. You need to make sure you start creating a bit of a gap, and that's why I was so happy right after that win from SSE, because they created a big gap. Now they have a lot of cushion. And oh my goodness, everybody that's towards the east, Notorious, you're going to be one of them. You better find a boat. You better actually don't even find a boat. Do not find a boat. Don't do any type of rotation. I'll take it back right away. Try to find a way to make it all the way to the west and make that rotation quickly. Because boy, oh boy, I haven't seen this circle in a minute. And I'm hoping, I'm going to be toxic here, Jukes. I'm hoping it just centers up on that bridge. It's unlikely.
Oh my
boy, it would be awesome.
This is a huge rotation, though, for the Star Soldiers. Like, this is the best case scenario for them. Notorious is just looking to the sky, screaming at the heavens at this point, because that is the worst zone they could have possibly had. And they were not ready for it. Like, usually teams at this level, they should have already been in a vehicle. They should have been waiting to make the rotation depending on where the circle went. But they did not expect this hard of a shift, and they're getting punished for it because they are still not moving, 7. Notorious are just still in Novo. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, we're going to focus here now on this fight going on, though. Punk Esports, they're still going to be able to be here tomorrow on their last day. But the last day for Strong Boys is right now. The last 2 matches are here. And this team is starting to go down to Punk Esports. Great awareness there out of the Strong Boys. They decided to back off once that player ended up getting knocked. They're just going to have to concede that player. They're going to have to end up sacrificing him and then just hope. And this is what I was talking about with Punk Esports earlier. With them being here so early on, they have first dibs. They can pick and choose where they want to be. And so far, they were able to pick a great spot because they have been absolutely blessed by what this circle has been giving them. And they're literally straight down the middle of the circle.
Man, dude, this is the same thing for Strong Boys, though, right? The zone hard shifted to this side. They had the lay of the land, and for them to get caught in a silly engagement like this so early on, it just hurts to watch, 7. Like, all they had to do was just secure those buildings together, and they would have just been so solid. But instead, they had so much room that they were trying to decide where to go, and that little hesitation cost them a player.
Yep. It happens.
You gotta execute
the best
fast,
of them,
guys.
And then talking about hesitation, I'm with you. I'm not liking what Notorious is doing. They're taking way too long. And BX Brothers finding a wall. Oh my goodness, BX Brothers, that is hella risky. How are you gonna be able to get up here? Because right now there's no way up here unless you end up going all the way to the left. And then you have Punk Esports, a team that has been showcasing that they can be aggressive. They can take that fight to you. You better keep swimming. This might have ended up backfiring here for BX Brothers.
Not optimal, that is for sure. I don't think they expected somebody to be already here on this ridgeline. Punk was waiting for them, and yeah, BX are now just some little piranhas in the Amazon. trying to figure out a way to climb their way up this mountainside. And now you're gonna have BRBA coming in from the other side. Oh, that's one of the players knocked too. Good thing that you can get rezzed in the water.
Look at the circle.
But dude, look at these angles.
Look at
No,
this
he's gonna get rezzed.
circle.
No way, he jumped down. No way, Blue's going down.
Oh my gosh.
That is crazy.
That's way too aggressive.
Wow, go fishing. It's risky. If Blue gets knocked
Maybe
here,
we'll get
oh
this
no, he's
one
got
right
him.
here.
Yep.
But then the thing is
they
that now
jump
you're
down.
gonna force.
They jump down.
Yeah. The thing is now you're gonna force one of your teammates to also overlook you, and with the way that this circle is kind of working with, they could just force them to take the focus over the other teams. The other teams could start setting themselves up for taking a fight here towards Punk. There you go, Punk. Don't send any more players down, please. Please don't send any more players down. Just stay where you're at.
So risky.
Have that player. He's already there. You can't go back on it. Try to have him point out where everybody else there from BX is. If not, just have him find a way to get back up, because that was a bit way aggressive for my liking.
I gotta agree there. They have a lot of time though, so maybe that's what they were thinking. That hey, you know what? We got this spot. Everyone's rotated so late. We're good. Kodiak punishing. That's Alpha Team GG gone. So we'll see them with one more match today. They're gonna have tomorrow to qualify. They had not the best day one, but we could still see something happen tomorrow. And they're not gonna have to worry about Kodiak, so that's good for them. Oh, little low toss there from Leon. Oh, little 180 low toss. Let's see. Never mind. Second thoughts. Put the pin back in it. Oh, you better watch out, bro. He's gonna fall. He's gonna fall. He's got that slippery feet action right now, Steven. I'm telling you.
He's gonna bounce it. Oh, he cooked it a little bit too long. That would have been a nasty bounce too. He had the right idea.
I got a feeling.
And I mean, they have the intel because of that player from Punk is still down there. Let's see if he's gonna be able to hit though. Nah, they're gonna end up just moving around. What are you gonna be doing here, Punk? I'm really intrigued to see how the heck they get that player back up. That
Leon,
is a
be
big
careful with these
commitment.
rocks, dude.
Yep. I think they might.
Be careful with these rocks.
One more of them is gonna end up jumping down, Jukes. They are way too eager on this. Way too tunnel vision on this.
Yeah, you're gonna fall, bro. I can feel it. Oh!
Way too tunnel vision on this, man.
Oh my goodness. What is going on? Look at this circle. This zone is like a circle 5 or 6 zone. There's hardly any land left available. So teams need to get moving and grooving real quickly here.
Well, SSC is not going to be able to go there with the back-to-back as Kodiak handles them. Kodiak now up to 7 eliminations, making sure that they send SSC back to the lobby. But as I said earlier, with SSC, with the performance you had earlier, you're about to hit that 60-point mark more than likely in the next match. So you're going to be set to go for the finals. And Kodiak is like, we don't care. We want to keep sponging out more points. We're past the map that we don't like, which is Sanhok. So let's actually start playing and gaming here. Notorious somehow finding a way here throughout the circle, trying to get a little bit closer and closer. Leo Esports, a team that you and I have been keeping a close eye on, Jukes, wanting to get those extra points. And oh no, Notorious, you have gotten the attention of a team that you don't want to get your attention, which is none other than Kodiak. And oh my goodness, Notorious just fully sent it to the middle. They're taking a risky play, and I'm wondering if this is going to end up working out for this squad as 6 ends up getting fully eliminated.
Super risky play. Yeah, now Notorious are getting punished. They're down to like, what, 2 players left. There goes Bad Boy on top of the high ground, though, finally catching out one of those players from BX Brothers. He's been looking for those swimmers for a while, but not able to get a confirmation. They're going to be able to get a res here, so that's going to be good for them. Let's see what the rest of Punk Esports can do, though, here on top of this hill. They got so many sight lines, and they're dead centered. This is a Punk Esports win. But they can't do what they did last time, Seven, because the last time we saw them in Miramar, they had so much confidence in the mid game, and towards end game, they started making some mistakes. Here comes the pull-up, though, from Kodiak. Strong boys need to defend. They have to defend this win if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive. Oh, knocks back and forth. Wally, you need to get to your squad. The rest of the team of Strong Boys need to make a play here.
Strong Boy's going to be able to get one. They're going to be switching around. Grenades are going to be coming in. Now it's going to be Kodiak making sure that those grenades are also going to be sent over. Strong Boys, 2 players left alive. They had already a player eliminated earlier on. They're going to be able to spot Me Model. Me Model making sure he backs up. He doesn't want to give an advantage there to Wally. And now for Strong Boys, you still have one player that's scrolling in there. Tell him, we're going to have to sacrifice you. You're going to end up dying. So go try to get some intel. He's trying to do that, but here comes the push. Wally not being able to knock T. T's able to trade him up, and now Kodiak has the numbers advantage as it's just gonna be one last player standing, and that is it for Strong Boys. Their hopes and dreams are gonna come down to the next match in Miramar, as it will be the last match for Strong Boys in the semifinals.
Let's be real. It's a must win for Strong Boys. Strong Boys have to win, I think, the next game if they want to make it into the finals. What the pressure is on Punk Esports. Meanwhile, continuing to go fishing here, man. They've had these rods out for a hot minute, trying to hook a BX brother. Flique hiding in that little cove right there, buying some time. Blue with the low toss nade. Can he catch this player here? Not able to do so. And now Kodiak are in the mix here. I think Punk, they're biting a little bit more than they can chew. They're out of this next circle. They need to start. Yeah, they're hard tunnel vision on these players.
Yeah, they're
Dude,
way
if they
too
get
tunnel
out rotated.
vision. I mean, you called it out. I called it out even whenever they had Blue jumped out. That is just way too aggressive. I mean, you got to be able to convert this. You need to get these eliminations now at this point. If not, it's just going to be a big old mulligan. With the strategy of having Blue jump down there, but only being able to get one elim, that's just not worth the risk. That is not worth the risk considering what's currently at stake. And we saw what was happening there within that circle. Kodiak is now going to be keeping an eye on everything that's going on here, and they're going to be looking to either third party it or find themselves a way into the center of the circle. One team that things did end up working out for Hot Jukes with the risky play was none other than Notorious. Notorious now within the center of the circle. They do have 3 players alive, and I believe they also have a bit of a terrain going their way, or a bit of a compound or building towards their advantage.
Dude, what is happening right now? If Kodiak are able to drive to that ridge line, and if they get a center position, this is going to be one of the most massive throws for Punk. Honestly, like, they had such a dominant spot in this circle, but BX brothers, I mean, they're just those elimination points are too juicy. 7, like, they are so hard focused on this. I cannot believe it.
You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. I mean, now it's going to be some other players coming in and starting to steal some eliminations. There you go, Punk, making sure they take care of BX brothers. You have to switch your focus here, Punk. I know those eliminations look fun. I know you want to continue to get in, but you need to start focusing on what's going to be happening later into the game. Trust me, more eliminations will come your way once he's going to get knocked. There you go. Switch your focus over to some of the other teams so you don't end up getting leapfrog here. Switching their focus over to Kodiak is Punk Esports.
Nice shots there. Oh, Bad Boy gets knocked though by Me Model. I'm telling you, Kodiak from downtown, even though they don't have hardly any coverage, they are just so good from that long range distance. They apply so much pressure that everybody else with cover has to hide. Oh, back it up! Back it up! Nice plays there. T trying to catch somebody with a nade, not able to do so. Kodiak, 12 eliminations, 7. Oh my gosh. They are about to double the points of the second place team. Double. That's a 2x. That's a 2x.
It's about to happen, but they do have Notorious. I mean, one of those teams we're talking earlier about, Strong Boys. They're also a team that's fighting to make sure they secure even more points. Kodiak, lost 7, throwing nades. They've been able to connect with one. More nades coming through. You're going to be able to spot them. That nade might actually end up hitting. This is the check that I was talking about. And just as that, in the blink of an eye, Kodiak sends Notorious back to the lobby. It makes it look easy as they are now up to 16 eliminations. Those double points, there you go. You got them, Jukes.
Oh my goodness. Notorious I said you need at least 40. I didn't mean exactly 40, Notorious. You need more. This is gonna get sketchy. One more game for them, but let's see what Punk can do. Will Punk be able to capitalize on this position? I mean, but look at the difference, right? Punk was 7. You got Kodiak with 16. Oh, this is a big fight here. Let's see what Destined to Rise could do. Can they make a hold? Nice shot there, though, from Ralph. As he hops back in to get a full first aid off. Hey, the hovercraft, baby! It's the safe zone. And now he's out. He's like, I'm gonna fit it up now. Let's go.
And that's going to be Make a Way. Make a Way is also there within that bridge gap of what we're talking about for Notorious. You can see them, 37 points. The placement points are going to be coming in handy as well. Destined to Rise, a team that just came in with Group C for today, their first match. And now, Punk, you can see them trying to get some off angles. This is what you need to do, Punk. Use that high ground advantage to see what other fights you could possibly end up third party and collecting some more eliminations, because Kodiak is going to be doing just that. And Kodiak is filling themselves, Jukes. They're up to 17. Keep in mind that most of the eliminations we have seen so far here in the semifinals for PMCO EEU Season 2 2025 has been 21, and it has been for Kodiak. Kodiak wanting to make sure they overcome that again, as Punk is now going down to T. Add more to their count, Jukes.
Punk, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? How are you standing out in the open this late in the game? Huge mistakes, and Kodiak are capitalizing on it. They're going to break the record, 100%. This may be a PMCO record in semifinals history for most points, 7. This is unbelievable.
I would have to go back and talk to all my nerdy friends and find out if that's actually true. But for right now, I mean, Punk could end up winning this one. I'm gonna be harsh on you, but Punk, you have been able to get at least 9 eliminations, and this is your first day, and you're already up to 11th place, so you're looking good too. But for Kodiak is looking just to continue to send statements. They're looking to make sure that once we go to the finals, everybody is gonna be aware of them, because this team is just hyper aggressive, Jukes, and I am here for it with the way that Kodiak is currently playing.
Kodiak are just, I mean, they're ridiculous at this point. I mean, they've only played so many matches here, 7. 9, this is their 9th match total, and they have 141 points. That average is ridiculous. Punk, so strong in that early mid game, but they just have not been able to dial in that late game. Something is going wrong, where they just seem to kind of fall apart strategy-wise. Hopefully that's something that they could fix, though, because their mid game is really, really good. Like you mentioned, not a bad game from them. 9 eliminations is solid. So nothing to shake your head at for sure. But the reason why we're being so critical, 7, is because it could have been so much more.
Could have been a win. They could have been doing what Kodiak is doing right now, but from the opposite side. They were just too tunnel vision early on BX Brothers, willing to commit too much for not really that good of an outcome. Because if you want to go for the win, maybe the team was just going for the eliminations. One team that's not going just for the eliminations, they're going for everything in their path. It's going to be Kodiak, up to 20 eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. This team is looking to break their own record. They have it at 21. Just need 2 more, and right now with the way that they're doing this, it's looking like they're gonna be able to, as they're about to tie it as soon as Gaba goes down. There you go, 21 elims.
Good. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. 21, and it's gonna be more. Let's see what happens. Make a way. Need to make a wish right now at this point, because Spectra's in big trouble all by his lonesome. Out to be 22 eliminations. Unless Spectra could do something magical. 20. He's counting.
21.
I think he's 20. Yeah, 21. That's what it is. He's about to be 22. Change his name.
Every single time I blink, I feel like he just goes up.
Like, it's ridiculous. This is insane. This is a crazy performance. And not even from a really crazy position either. Like, they just did it all with just pure firepower. They forced everybody else with dominant positions to just hide. This is just, it's crazy to watch. It is crazy to watch. And now Spectra looking to the sky, praying, saying, please, leave me alone.
We don't like bullies, but boy, This team is just
This is a
absolutely
bull- this is-
bullying everybody in this lobby, and I don't mind it at all because
toss?
they are just showcasing themselves. That nade is going to come through. Nope, it's not going to end up hitting.
On
I think they're
Spectra.
trying to do a low toss here. I don't think they realize, actually, that he's right there, but I think he might
Throw
be
it
able to
over the
realize
mountains.
once that nade goes back up. Oh, no, too far. A little bit too far, Jukes.
Low toss. Bang. That hurt. Oh, but so did that one. Oh, he knows where he's at now. Oh, yeah, he knows exactly where he's at. That's a good nade. That did it.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. 22
22.
eliminations. Lost. Be careful. Just a fox. Literally true to his name. Playing it so careful. They want every single elimination possible here. They are. Oh, he's jumping down. Shotgun action. Oh, he loses the fight, but it don't matter. It don't matter. They're gonna get every elimination no matter what. And now it's just Dennis. 1v2. Can this man make a hero play? Stand up against the biggest bullies in the lobby. Let's go, and it ain't gonna happen. It's another Kodiak chicken dinner. And the record has been shattered, 7. Shattered. Ugh. That's the right face. Ugh.
Nasty. My goodness. I feel like a grumpy old man right now getting flashbacks. Holy cow. Brother, what did I just witness? Kodiak, that was absolutely filthy from everything that we saw on and so forth. This team, no surprise, the man that was able to get MVP yesterday with 17 eliminations, this one alone, he's up to 9 and 900 damage. I gotta go keep an eye on those damage because I feel like that man definitely had way more than 900 damage because damn, this team was just taking fights over and over and over again. Hot Jukes, when we talk about teams dominating a match, this is what domination looks like.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna make a glass of green tea after this one right here. I need whatever secret sauce that man's drinking because these guys are on another level here. 7. Kodiak, I'm telling you, this has got to be a PMCO record. I don't remember a team in the entire history of me watching PMCO dominate in this fashion. I mean, this is such a ridiculous lead. They've only played 9 matches, 7. And they're almost at like a 10-point average per game. That's ridiculous.
Yep.
That's crazy talk.
It's just Kodiak.
Like, what do we say here? Like, what do we? I mean, dude, honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now. I have the expectations for them come finals time right now for me, 7, are through the roof. All right. Like, I'm talking like so ridiculously through the roof, Kodiak. You better not let this get to your head. Come finals time, I want to see the same damn thing because I want to see you dominate in the Super League. Okay. So, Kodiak, you better do us justice right here because this
Super
performance
League
has hyped me to the moon. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited to see
wanna
them in finals. I think Super League is going to be definitely a big jump up. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there. But I mean, 24 eliminations. That is just absolutely disgusting. 34 points. We've been talking about some of these teams being so close there within the point gaps, being so close within everything. And this squad just decides to just shut everybody up, Hot Jukes, as they are now up to 156 points, doubling up what Reapers Esports have been able to do. I mean, even lower. They were just able to get more points alone than 11th place all the way down in just one match.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm telling you, I'm already expecting to see this squad in that Super League. So I want to see them crush the finals. I want to see them win it. And then I want to see them also dominate over there because this performance is just, it's unheard of for me. I mean, I'm looking at the average. It's almost 6 points per game in 9 matches. That is crazy talk, especially considering that they didn't even do great in Sanhok. Yeah, or 6 points total. So 156, 9 divided by 156, right? Because they've only played 9 matches. So 6 points total. Yeah, per game. No, wait. Am I right? I think wait. Uh-oh. The math. The math, 7.
Math isn't mathin'. I don't want to call you out on
It
it, but I'm
is-
just saying.
it
we do
is-
the math.
It is way crazier.
You know what? This is
I'm
what
so-
we're gonna do,
I
Jukes.
could-
This is what we're gonna do. We're
Yeah.
gonna go onto a quick break before we go into the last match. Jukes is gonna review his math. We'll come back right after this break.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder room cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this static. She see the world respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey, hey.
in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
Welcome back to day 2 of the semifinals of the PMCO EEU Season 2 2025. My name is the 7WG, joined alongside my boy Hot Jukes. But Jukes, I mean, we're heading into the last match, baby, for some of these teams, especially the teams that are going to be in Group B. And you know what? Hopefully production, before we even show the overall, can we actually show the group's image to showcase everybody which teams are going to be playing their last one? If we could actually do that, that would be sick, because there's a lot of teams that need to be able to pick it up, Jukes. There you have it right there. All those teams in Group B, this is gonna be your last match.
This is it. That's the final countdown. The last game that you have to be able to make something happen, man. There's a lot of squads that are in big danger here, Seven. So I want the production to, guys, take a good look at these squads here in Group B, and let's take a look at them overalls, man, because that is where we really got to keep an eye on it. And you can just see these overalls right now. By the way, I did the math, Seven. I redid the math on Kodiak. Okay. I did the math the first time and I couldn't believe the numbers, so I went the opposite direction. But so far, they've done 17 points per game. That is unreal. Okay. Yeah. Damn is right. Okay. So now that we got that math out the way, let's take a look at these Group B teams, right? There's a lot of teams right now that are in big trouble. I'm thinking any team below that 40-point mark in Group B, they need a win here. They really do. So, I mean, you look at Strong Boys, they're one of those Group B teams with 28. They need a double-digit elimination chicken dinner. Let's be real, because from down to that 16th place-esque thing, I mean, they're only, 5 points away? That's crazy. So, they need to go crazy. Man, a lot of teams, so many. I mean, like, even Notorious at 40, I don't think they're comfortable as well, Seven. So, it's the last game. This is the worst case scenario because you have so many teams that need points, and you got Kodiak going crazy.
Especially because you have had some of the other teams starting to show up. I mean, right now, I'm going to be looking at my benchmark, and my benchmark is honestly going to be none other than the way that, let me just make sure this one is right. Yeah, it is. Damn. This team, Jukes, I want you to keep an eye on none other than the Noisy Boys, sitting at 27 points. This team, for the Noisy Boys, they are a team that is gonna, I mean, I'm scared, Jukes. If we were in the same room, I'll be like, yo, give me a fist bump right now, because for the Noisy Boys, I'm really scared. They're gonna be coming into tomorrow. They're gonna be part of Group A, and right now everybody else is starting to catch them up. You're talking about Strong Boys. I'm gonna be looking at them as well. Notorious, I'm looking at them as well. I'm just looking at everybody, brother.
Dude,
I'm looking at absolutely everybody.
It's so hard because we're stuck playing the guessing game, guys. Right? Tomorrow is 5 matches. You got Kodiak, who soaked up majority of the points. Let's be real, right? In the first 2 days, they're not going to be here tomorrow, so that point spread's going to be a lot more distributed, right, amongst the different teams that need those points. So we don't know exactly where that cutoff is going to land, considering all those factors. So, I mean, like we talked about for Group B, it's all about putting up enough points to where you don't got to worry about being able to make it to those finals, right? And we know some teams have already done that, right? I think Star Soldiers are obviously sitting very, very pretty. They're good. Kodiak, obviously, right? Yeah, they're definitely good. But there's a lot of yeah, exactly. We don't even got to talk about them anymore. They're solid, right? But for everybody else, man, you got to see a little bit more here, right? Because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We could see a lot of teams just soak up some points at the top, and then boom, one of your squads just get kicked out, and it's going to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, that is the case. That is how some of this stuff is going to be happening for some of these squads. Strong Boys, 28 points coming into this last match. I was looking at the Noisy Boys because I was thinking about like benchmarks of where we want to be at. But then I honestly, I totally blundered that team is actually going to be coming in back tomorrow. And with the way that they're set up, I mean, I feel like if they continue on that performance for tomorrow as well, they might be good. But some of the other squads, man, it's just an absolute head scratcher for me. I'm just excited to see what the actual benchmark is going to be for the worst team out of Group B and where they are going to be, because then that will become the target for a lot of these squads. I'm going to be looking at Leo. I'm going to be looking at Dog Esports, Penguin Esports, all these rosters that just need to be able to put up those good points. It's time to shut up, or you're just gonna end up not going to the finals, and that's not a location where you actually want to be.
Dude, that is not where I mean, the finals are the goal, right? We're not sure where that cutoff is going to be, right? In points, how many people are moving on? We're gonna have to find that out later on. But you know what? Here we go, guys. The last game for Group B. You gotta get it done here and now. We need some teams to get some chicken dinners. We need some squads to put up some solid points. And Kodiak is going nuts, looking to destroy dreams out here, Seven. Let's get it going. The final match here for day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe Season 2. Let's go.
And my question is, who in the hell is setting up this playing pads, boy? Because I feel like we've been getting the same playing pads over and over again when we go to Miramar. We had this one, except it was the other way around. It was from Minas del Sur all the way up to La Cobreria. Now we're getting La Cobreria all the way to Minas del Sur. So I mean, if you've been able to play this one earlier, guess what? Just do exactly what you were able to do previously, because you just might end up with some good points. And you know which was the team that won that match, Jukes?
What's that?
None other than Kodiak.
Kodiak, oh my god. These guys are winning the whole lobby at this point. Ah, T goes down! That's right! Kodiak, your reign has ended. I'm just kidding. These guys are like, hey, you know what? Let's go home at this point, guys. Oh, we got a northeastern circle. That's gonna make things interesting. And we need to see some teams. Hey, just get an item and start driving. There's so much loot up north. Let's go. Move.
Yeah. Move. TGM, BX Brothers. I mean, BX Brothers is gonna be looking good. Strong Boys, boys, you better find a way to get in a nice position towards the center of that circle, because right now they are next to Kodiak. Yo, Strong Boys. That is, oh man, I'm just straight up scratching my head right now, Hot Jukes. For a team that needs the points, for a team that's currently sitting at 29 points, you want to go up against the top dog, or maybe is it Kodiak that just decided to drop on them? I have to go back and watch that actually.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a close look. I'm staring at those leaderboards and looking at these Group B teams. Now here goes Reapers. Reapers, they're solid. We know they're gonna move on for sure with 68 points. But I'm looking at that 5th, 6th place area here, Seven. You got Makeaway there with 43. You got Notorious with 40. TGM with 37. and STB with 29 points. All of those squads need some serious points here. Strong Boys obviously being the one with the most. They need a chicken dinner, I think, at least if they want to make it. So it's going to be a close run here.
For Strong Boys, they need a chicken dinner.
Yeah,
I mean, they're currently taking the
think
fight
so.
to Kodiak, and they're actually winning that engagement too, as Lost 7 is also going to end
go.
up getting eliminated. Strong Boys now taking 2 players away from Kodiak, and what a better way to kind of send the message too if you do want to be proactive. For Strong Boys though, I 100% agree with what you just said. They need to get a win, or they need to get in high elimination game. You don't want to lose any players, especially you don't want to give an opportunity here to Kodiak as more players are going to start going down. Miramar though catching one of them, and now it's only going to be up to Miramar for Kodiak.
Do not give them 1v1 situations. There we go. Oh my goodness. Too close for comfort. Strong Boys get 4 eliminations onto the best team in this lobby in the championship round. This was so crucial for them here, 7, especially considering that they did it without losing a single player. If anything could get you more hyped up for this last game, it was exactly that. Let's go, Strong Boys.
There's some great pros here from Strong Boys. Not only do you get rid of Kodiak, but you got to keep in mind, with Kodiak usually being able to just take full advantage whenever they do get the ball rolling, they sponge up a bunch of points. So now Strong Boys just gave themselves a position where you're not going to have to worry about Kodiak sponging up all those points. I mean, Kodiak just ended up getting 24 eliminations in that last game. What else do you want to see out of them, right? Now it's an opportunity for this team to not only continue on this momentum of the 4 eliminations that you just got, but keep it rolling. Keep thinking about what's going to be happening here within the later of the match, because you don't have to worry about Kodiak. You don't have to worry about a team possibly dropping 20 eliminations. I mean, unless another team decides to show up, which anything is possible.
Anything is possible, man. And this is the thing, though. You've leaved it up to the last game, right, 7? And it's so much more difficult right here. Tomorrow's going to be even crazier because there's going to be some teams that realize there's nothing we can do in the last game, and that makes it even crazier, because you don't know what those guys are up to. But here, I mean, everybody is just desperate for points. So for Strong Boys to take out Kodiak without losing a single player so early on, and they're going to have so much loot, man, this is an excellent start.
That's right.
Can't falter, though.
I love it.
There's still a lot more left to do.
Yeah.
Work's not done.
Great start here at the beginning of the match. Now you got to follow that through halfway through the match, and then use that halfway through the match to set up yourself up perfectly there towards the end. It's a lot easier to be said and done here with everything going on. Somebody that's making sure that Strong Boys doesn't even have a chance is none other than Ellie Sale showing up for the squad. We saw it there in the elimination feed. He's able to send Gila back to the lobby, and Ellie Sale making sure that they just pepper this team and don't let him out easy.
What happened? They must have just gotten so confident and started just looting willy-nilly, and then boom, get popped from the hillside. Man, what a mistake here. It's those little mistakes like that that are just so devastating, to be honest. Because you just beat Kodiak, you know, things are looking up, and then just like that, you're down to 3 players. What are you doing? Why are we taking pot shots? Honestly, like, it's stuff like this that makes me go crazy, because there's just no winning it. Even if you get that knock, you're not going to get a thirst. Your whole goal right now, if you're Strong Boys, is to just get out of this engagement completely. Just run for your life.
Yep, that's right. I agree with what you're saying here. Run for your lives and do not give them that chance, Jukes, because you need to focus. You're still playing edge. That's the thing. This fight, all of this is happening towards the edge of the circle. And what we saw earlier in the circle, there was just so much room to work with. They could start setting themselves up there towards the later of the game. Meanwhile, Punk Esports, they're just trying to beat the punks of the lobby. Nades are going to be coming in. There goes one. That other one is just barely alive with 2 HP coming through. Another not going Leon's way. And Leon even adding more eliminations to his tally. Meanwhile, AT. Oh, man, AT, you are not looking good here. But to be fair, for you, AT, you do have 5 eliminations so far this game.
Oh boy. Punk, we're going to see them tomorrow, man. They've already had a great tournament so far. Look at that, 32 points on their first day. We knew that we're going to see some Team C, squads come out swinging, and that's a great day so far. So they're not going to have to do too much work tomorrow. I'm pretty sure we're going to see them in the finals because they've done really well in that mid game. The only criticism I have for Punk, like I mentioned, is just that late game play, Seven, right? Because there's some games, I think 2 games they could have easily won today if they were able to just tighten that bolt up just a little bit tighter towards the end. So Punk Esports, look it up for the squad.
Yep. When you talked earlier about indecisiveness or just synergy, actually synergy for some of the teams, that's what you were talking about. I think for Punk Esports, it's one that maybe just kind of gets more targeted to, because this team, the synergy just wasn't there. And you were talking about especially what happened in Miramar, and I was able to highlight it as well. The team played that middle so well, middle of the match so well, Hot Jukes. But then when it came down later into the game, that's when we saw them starting to become solos. But boys, this is a squad game here that we are talking about. They were looking to play together, but that didn't seem to be the case. So maybe Punk Esports will be able to learn from that mistake moving on forward, especially going into tomorrow, the last day of semifinals that they'll be going up against Group A.
Yeah, dude, Punk is a weird squad because you nailed it on the head, right? There's certain areas where they just lack that synergy, right? But they also have a new term I think I'm gonna coin, right? And it's called tunnel vision synergy, right? Because of that last Erangel game, they were so tunnel vision together that they could not let go of DX Brothers. I think that cost them big time. Oh, but let's take a look here. Reapers. Oh, that's Leo. Okay, Leo. Leo need a good game here as well to go until tomorrow. So it's good for them to get some early eliminations for sure.
That's right. And then Reapers, I mean, keeping it going here up to 69. Nice. Points for Reaper Esports. We'll see what they're going to be able to continue doing here. Blaze, just 2 players left alive. One Tap Romania. Where's One Tap Romania right now in the lobby? They are 21 with 10 points. 1 Ilum going your way. Okay, One Tap. We're going to be keeping a closer eye on SSE, because SSE right now is set up perfectly with the way that this team is currently playing. They're going to be smack down the middle of the circle, something that Strong Boys more than likely were looking to do, but that's not going to be the case.
No, it is not. Looking at Star Soldiers right now. I'm taking a look at the map, trying to see where some of these rotations are. I mean, we're in stage 2 here. There's still so much area available. Teams don't even need to be fighting at all at this point. But here's the problem, though, Seven. With so many early engagements, that's eliminations gone that so many of these teams need. That's going to make things much more difficult here. Star Soldiers, we know they're good for the finals. But like I mentioned earlier, that 5th place position on down, that's where things start to get sketchy here. And TGM going out, right, man, that's brutal. Oh yeah, huge one. Here we go.
Huge fight between Star Soldiers and BX, a fight that more than likely we'll end up seeing as well later into the finals. Oh, come on, Cappuccino, you got to be able to hit those right there. Don't overextend. Great awareness. Realizes, okay, if I overpeak this, more than likely they're going to end up catching me. Trying to throw a grenade here, but he had to have the awareness to switch over to that M4. That shotgun was going to be a little bit too far away, and this is what I was talking about before this circle popped up. SSC was straight down the middle, and even though this team, in our eyes, has already made it to the finals with the way that they have, the amount of points that they currently have, I would love to see SSC being able to get another win, Jukes. I would love them to being able to show me that, hey, we can get multiple wins, not just in Sanhok. We can start getting a win here in Miramar as well, as BX Brothers are just going to end up backing up from this fight and start focusing up more towards the middle. And Stefan from Strong Boys, boy, oh boy, if only you guys would have rotated earlier on and have a bigger compound to work with. It's going to be hard to do here as you guys are a bit split.
Yeah, split indeed. Man, I'm looking right now. My eyes are locked right there on those leaderboards, dude. TGM. They are one of those Group B squads. 37 points. 7. This is their last match with only 1 player up left. Ooh, he's going to have to do some miracle work if he wants to hold on for his squad. Because even the Strong Boys are starting to catch up to him. They're not that far off.
I mean, Strong Boys,
at least
3
it was-
players alive. Actually, they're not even split. I take everything that I said back about that team being too split. They were just okay. There you go. Now they're starting to come in. I was looking at the map. Now they're starting to close it. They were hella split for this squad. They should have heals. They had a lot of people just looting on the blue, and making sure that they find a round here. They need to find a lobby. They need to find a building, Jukes, for my liking, and starting to set themselves up there towards the later game. Because Strong Boys, what do we have it as? To be comfortable, I think we said 55. If you don't even want to have to watch the games, if you're part of the team, be up to 60. But for Strong Boys, man, that's going to be a tough ask considering that they're currently sitting at 32.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is, look at the difference between TGM and Strong Boys. TGM is currently in 7th place with 37. Strong Boys are in 11th with 32. That is a very, very small difference, only 4 points. So it's not going to be that difficult to pass up tomorrow, considering that there's still 5 more games left to be played. So yeah, Strong Boys, as their 3-man, they need to go crazy. TGM, that final player, and he needs at least, I think, 4 more points if he wants to kind of even hope his team's going to make it.
Could end up happening.
I don't think 37 is going to do it.
Keeping an eye on this. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to wait a little bit longer for Strong Boys. I want to see what this squad ends up doing. Right now, they have some room to work with. This is another squad that we were keeping an eye on earlier, that I've been keeping an eye on throughout the whole day. They started off so well and then just fully ended up falling off. Notorious, still 4 players alive, up to 3 LMs. This is the thing. Teams sometimes tend to end up stepping up towards the end, but boy, it could be just a little bit too late. I'm also seeing SSC, 1 player knocked. They should be able to recover that one. MW as well, gonna be towards the center of the circle. 1 tap, bottom right hand side. Look how BX Brothers is split. 1-2-1 split there for BX Brothers, a bit towards the east center of this circle that we're currently working with on Cruz del Valle. Make away though. Make away at 43 points. Yeah, they need to be able to collect even more points here, Jukes. That's not going to be comfortable enough for my liking.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Make away. They need a good game. Notorious as well. Notorious is rocking a little 2-2 split there up on the top of the map. Well, let's see what Make Away can do right now. This is a Cruz del Valle. We might have an urban finish here to finish things off. That will make things absolutely crazy. The problem with Make Away is they are locked in this position. Like, let's be real. If the zone just goes south towards the hills, they're going to have a hard time exiting. So right now, Make Away is literally throwing all their eggs into one basket. They're really hoping that this zone lands in Cruz del Valle. But let's see if it does.
They would be set up for it. That's the thing, and I think that's what they're trying to be so proactive here with Destin to rise to make sure that they don't even get close, because they're wanting to make sure that if the circle does center down here on them, that they'll be set up for at least a top 5 situation. Leo still being alive. Leo up to 5 eliminations on the bottom right hand side of your screen, and they're continuing on up against 1 tap. It's meanwhile good. Make Away making sure that they don't lose sight, they don't lose focus here of Destin to rise, Jukes.
Yeah, we're not talking about Leo like crazy because they're going to be playing 5 more matches tomorrow. But, I mean, they only have 13 points so far, and 6 of them here in this game. So, Leo definitely want to feel a lot more comfortable tomorrow, because I'm telling you guys, match 4 and 5 are going to be absolute craziness like we haven't seen yet. So let's see what Leo could do to kind of make themselves breathe a little bit easier going tomorrow. There goes nice shots there from 6. Notorious need every single one of these points here. Too many times 7 have we seen in the past. We talked about it at the top of the show, right? Where we've seen teams make it by 1 point and teams have their dreams crushed by just 1 point. That is not a position you want to put yourself in. So it's good to see 6 get active here early.
You just don't want to be one of those teams, Jukes. You don't want to be one of those teams that just ends up living it up to chance, and then you go back, and then maybe you even have a tiebreaker, which has happened in the past, or maybe you just miss out by 1 point, which can make a big difference. But there you go, Notorious getting even more eliminations, making sure that they secure that elimination from BX Brothers. 1 player is currently going to be knocked. They're up to 44 points. Eliseo has stepped it up in a big way from yesterday to today. Every single time we have gone to this team, yesterday he was always the one that was eliminated first. today, guess what? Eliseo was showing that he's the GOAT to his fans, because this man is up to 1 elim and he's making sure that he stays alive with the squad. You were wanting to see this team play a little bit more compact. I feel like this is perfect example of that, Hot Jukes. They're definitely playing more compact.
Yes, sir, they are. They got a good compound there on the south side. If the zone goes to them, they're going to be set up really nice and pretty. So let's see exactly how they want to play this. My eyes are definitely going to be on Makeaway, though, since they're one of those teams with 43 points, wanting to do something a little bit more so they could sit and rest easy tomorrow. And you can see them, just no eliminations. They've done that all or nothing risk play. That's the thing that they've done, right? With this position here, they're literally just betting that the zone comes to the spot, and they're going to have to fight it out towards the end. Notorious, though, getting knocked and caught by BX Brothers. That's going to hurt. Notorious with 44 points. Things starting to look a little bit spicy here for them, 7.
And I think they might have to sacrifice that player because they're just going to be a bit too far away. And you can see them now starting to just rotate around. They're not going to go for that pickup. And BX Brothers still thinks that they're going to be close by, but that's not going to be the case. Now Leo trying to look around this area. They're going to be able to spot him. There you go. Easy
Leo?
this one. Up to 7 eliminations. You know what? Make it 8 as they do end up getting caught, but they should be able to get the revive here for Leo Esports. 8 eliminations. Who is this team? I'm loving what I'm seeing right now, Jukes. The aggressiveness, making sure they sweep throughout everything, making sure that they don't end up getting surprised by absolutely nothing.
Oh, they get to safety just in time because Notorious now just came on that hill towards the back end of them. They're still outside of the circle, though, so Leo is starting to pop off. 8 eliminations, but they are on the edge of the zone. They got to make it out of here alive. And Notorious, man, look at that. They are setting up a big trap for this team. How is Leo going to get out of this question? That's the question. Honestly, if they can get in some vehicles and just wrap around this circle all the way to the north side, they'll make it safely, but man, they are pretty pinched right here. I see their vehicle smoking too.
Pinched, but this could be the opportunity that Notorious needs, right? Because they could use this pinch to their advantage and maybe collect some more eliminations from this squad. You said it earlier, Leo still has 5 more games to go. For Notorious, that's not the case. This is your last game. This is the one that you're going to be done with. You want to do as much possible. As much as we want to see that leaderboard on the right-hand side, you can see Notorious right there, 6th place at the moment, 44 points. You never know what's going to be happening tomorrow when the other squads from Group A join up, when the squads from Group C join up as well, and you know that they're going to have that benchmark. I think that's what is so important. Once that benchmark is set, everybody knows what to go after, and I feel like we'll end up seeing even more urgency in the team that needs to have that urgency. Strong Boys, as they're looking to get some eliminations from far away.
And Strong Boys need this so bad. I cannot stress that enough, folks. Strong Boys in 11th place with only 32 points. That I do not think that's going to make it to the finals. They know it.
Yep.
We know it. How are they going to respond? That's the question. They have this entire side of the map to themselves, which is good. Their backs are against the circle, but where is the zone going to go? It looks like it does center up onto them, onto SSE here. So I believe Strong Boys are, yeah, they're outside of the zone. Let's see how they push. They're starting to make that push now. Andre trying to catch a player on the move, trying to buy some time for his teammates. And that crash, that could be the opening that they needed. Oh, but they get thirsted immediately. Oof. Down goes Leo. Nice little start to a run, though, for them. Hopefully they can, replicate that tomorrow.
Yes, I fully agree with you on that, Juke. Saving face there with those 8 eliminations, going to be bumping them up, getting them closer to whatever the benchmark is going to be set at. Now we switch over to Notorious. Notorious still trying to keep an eye out on everything, but they got to be sure to be careful because BX Brothers did take one of their players earlier, and BX Brothers does end up knocking one of their players once again. Now you're getting into a situation where you don't want to sacrifice any more players, but you still might have to. Strong Boy taking shots left and right. Andre, even though he currently has 2 eliminations, the team is up to 5. pretty soon they're gonna start collecting those placement points as well. And you can see now they're starting to feel that pressure, Jukes. Now they're starting to feel those pressure on their shoulders as Stefan goes down. SSC wanting to make sure that Strong Boys doesn't make it to the finals.
They gotta play as a group right now, but they are so spread out. And Andre flipping the bus goes down. That is worst case scenario for Strong Boys. Oh, the van, the untrustworthy van, 7. Another victim, and that is Strong Boys out with 33 points. Oh my goodness. Tomorrow is gonna be a rough one for them.
That could be the benchmark right there, Jukes. We could be possibly looking at what some of the other teams need to start targeting. So now we move it up even higher. I'm looking at TGM. I'm wanting to see what this squad is going to end up doing because this is also their last game. They 37 points. It's not good enough. We've been focusing so much on Strong Boys that TGM kind of just went under the radar here for us. And I mean, Notorious, we've been talking about them over and over again. They're wanting to go past over what BRBA has been doing. Those Group B teams are starting to fall off here in the last match.
This is so crazy. This is so crazy because Kodiak point sponge so many points, an absolute insane amount, right? There's not a real big point gap in that middle of the pack. The only point gap drop off is from 3rd to 4th place. After that, it's pretty dang close all the way down. With 5 games left tomorrow, who knows who's going to get passed up? It's going to be pretty insane to watch. Guys, make sure you mark your calendars and be there. We're going to be there. So excited to see this. Oh my gosh, the Winchester! Please. Oh, Star Soldiers, they're just memeing at this point. Are you kidding me? Bringing out the Witty towards the end? Let's go.
I don't know what they were shooting at.
They were just
here. I was like, they're God, brother.
They're God. Dude, poor Strong Boys. The insult to injury.
How did they get into this zone? Let's talk about that, Jukes. That's gonna be a tough one too, because MW, I mean, they have eyes on everything. MW is also looking to make sure they get enough points here in this situation. Being a team that make away Group B, you're not going to be happy with those 47 points that you currently have. BRBA is definitely not going to be happy that they got eliminated with just 47 points. I feel like Strong Boys, man, 33 points. I'm not even going to put that, Jukes, honestly, as the benchmark. I'm going to put the benchmark up to the second team that's the lowest from Group B, which is going to be a toss-up. It could be TGM.
Totally possible. It's totally possible. I think right now we're going to have to wait for a good moment to see that push happen. But meanwhile, we're going to watch Notorious hold it down. 44 points. They do not want to be in any trouble tomorrow. That nade, oh my gosh, was undercooked. Zen didn't have to worry about it at all. Let's see how Notorious is going to defend this against BX. BX is playing tomorrow. Notorious isn't. The bank, is it open? Oh, just short.
No, Shen's going down. Shen gets eliminated too. It's up to Puncher. Puncher's gonna get aggressive here. There goes one. He's not actually able to confirm. He's able to knock Looney. Can he make the jump up? But now he's starting to get third party here by SSC. He needs to be careful. He needs to make sure he confirms this eliminations. Jump that wall. Make sure you confirm it as they're gonna be going into the house. That's not what you want to see. Puncher's gonna be able to get the heal up in time. He might be able to a 1v1 that could make a big difference here as BX brothers. They still got 5 more games to go. Puncher making the jump up. The veteran player going up against the 1v1. This could be the qualification to the finals, and he's not able to clutch it. BX brothers comes out on top.
The pre-fire with the shotgun is just too strong. Wow, so close, yet so far. 46 points is what Notorious is going to leave. Will that be enough? We'll have to find out tomorrow. By the way, that bet that Makeaway did by holding that location, man, did it pay off big time. The zone landed right on top of them. So, I mean, it worked out perfectly, and now they're starting to rack up some eliminations.
We kept talking about him early on. Remember how laser focused Make It Way was just in regards to Destined to Rise? They didn't want to let go of where they were going. They wanted to make sure they tracked it because they were expecting the circle to come their way. And boy, did it end up working out that way, Hot Jukes. As now Make It Way, 4 players alive. BX Brothers gets a bit of a reset there. They get a full reset in regards to all of the players that were already alive. So now they're back up to 3, and for Notorious, man, what an absolute heartbreak that engagement was, Hot Jukes. Because Puncher, you could see he knew right away there was that flip of the switch where he said we have to go for it, and he started going for it, but it might have been a little bit too late. Time will tell with what's gonna happen to Notorious. Did they do just enough? Stay tuned and find out tomorrow, because we still have 5 more games to go tomorrow. But now let's switch it over to Make A Way, because they're wanting to create an even bigger gap to those teams towards the bottom. They're not going to be playing anymore Destined to Rise, just getting pepper left and right, nades, molotovs, whatever you can throw at them. Make A Way is definitely throwing it their way, Jukes.
Make A Way is making it happen right now. Look at them go. We just saw TGM go out as well with only 40 points. That'll be interesting to talk about in a second as Gaba, just staying outside of that molly. Man, Make A Way has so many sight lines here. They did burn a whole bunch of utility, though. That's the only thing. I don't know if they have any nades left. Okay, here comes the blue zone. Now Destined to Rise have to push up little by little. Ooh, Spectra from downtown gets the double. That's going to be some serious points. Now Ralph is going to be forced to run right on the open. Spectra has got his number. Gaba gets knocked. Spectra forced to jump out the window. We're switching cams here. Let's see what Spectra can do. The third party. He gets caught. Make A Way. Not able to close down the chicken dinner. It's all up to Zoni.
SSE. SSE. Because right now they could end up third partying this spot, and they're doing just that. Cappuccino making sure that he gets one. They're gonna be hopping on the vehicles. They're gonna have to push out of this area. Boy, it was just such a hard area. No smokes to cover with. Eliseo goes down, but to his name, he ended up with at least 3 eliminations, and Make A Way looked like they were gonna be just walking away with an easy win. Could they possibly have stayed passive for too long? As Sony's just popping off right now, up to 5 Willem smokes everywhere, Hot Jukes.
He is feeling himself, but BX Brothers got his number down. It's BX Brothers versus Star Soldiers. It's the ballerina Cappuccino right over the top. What can he do? Does he have the angles? Oh, yeah, SSE with this little hillside. It should be in the bag here. Oh, but the shots from BX Brothers looking so strong. Can they get the reset, though? That molly's good.
They should be able to.
That molly looks really good.
That should be great. Gonna force the jump up. Here you go. Mano's
He
gonna be able
got
to
him!
clutch it up once again for the squad. Star Soldiers Epic sending full messages all around, making sure they shut us up. Any doubts that we had in our minds in regards to this team not making it to grand finals, they said, don't worry, baby. We start slow, but then we pick it up to the end. Our star players start popping off. That Molotov forcing that player to go out. That is what you love to see. Star Soldiers, I was hoping that you guys were going to be able to do this. Clutching up with another win. That is a great statement as we're looking at the MVP of that last match. And no surprise, Jukes, with what you were saying. It was none other than Sony with 6 elims and 591 damage.
Let's go, Make A Way. Let's go. Honestly, I always get hyped for teams that can perform when their back is against the wall. That's the hardest thing to do in PUBG Mobile, right? It's those championship rounds where it's the last game. We got to perform here and now if we want to make it, and that's exactly what Make A Way did. It was a huge gamble. Let's be real, right? They took that urban location, and if the zone goes away from them, they're screwed. Let's be real, right? But instead, the zone drops right there, dead center on top of them. They wait, they put some eliminations on the board, and hopefully do enough to make it to the finals. Beautifully done.
They did. I think they were just waiting too long in regards towards the end there. I think they were really expecting, okay, baby, hey, we're getting circle blitz. Let me take out the sleeping bag. Let me lay down. Let me start reading a nap story here because ain't nobody coming our way. And then the circle decides to go a different way. But here you go, match statistics. The Sony, we saw what he was able to do. Puncher. Oh man, Notorious. Notorious Armenia with that 990 damage. What it could have been, Jukes. They had me hype. They had me really hyped there because imagine if they win that fight, right? Let's play some what ifs real quick, even though I usually absolutely hate them. If they would have won that fight, BX Brothers ended up in second place. That could have been a second place. That could have been a total of 6 points added towards their tally for a team that definitely needed the points. So that's how much of a fight that had an impact on their situation. But we'll have to wait to see, Jukes, what's going to happen tomorrow when the other squads show up.
Dude, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be an absolute crazy show tomorrow because Kodiak are done. They are no longer having to destroy this lobby. They're just going to be sitting back, relaxing, just practicing for the finals here. Let's take a look at the match ranking, though. Let's see exactly where everybody ended up at the end of this one here. And you can see Star Soldiers, baby. 18 points in total. They're a lock for the finals. They're going to be feeling really good. And then Makeaway. Honestly, probably the most impressive one for me because they were definitely on that cusp, 7. To put up 14 points when it really matters the most is so difficult. So huge props to Makeaway.
Great play out of them. We talked about it. I'm going to stop talking about it and move on because, boy, I mean, impressive stuff. 9 elims, you mentioned it. On top of that, Sony got that MVP. Let's go down a little bit more, though, because I'm going to be looking at Notorious. 6 points. Who knows if that's going to be enough for that squad. And then you go over to another team that's also there within chance of being able to qualify, and it was playing their last match. It was none other than TGM. TGM, 3 points, and it only came from placement points. But let's look at the overall. Let's see what the benchmark is going to be at. As Kodiak, they're not going to be here tomorrow, 156 points, but we'll talk about them later. I'm going to be looking at none other the Strong Boys on 11th place. 33 points, and BX Brothers being able to catch up to them in just one day. And then if you start going up even more, Notorious ends up with 46 points. TGM has 40 points. Makeaway, you mentioned it, Jukes, 57 points. Big jump up for this squad.
Dude, huge jump up indeed, man. And it's something that was so needed because just to give you guys an example, look at 8th place. You got Skip Zone right there. They are higher than Strong Boys, right? And they've only played 5 matches. So Skip Zone is going to play 5 more matches tomorrow. How far are they going to go up the leaderboards? As well as some of these other squads. That's going to make things pretty dang interesting, 7. Strong Boys, it hurts to see them with 33 because they had 5 points that last game, 7. 4 of them were from taking out Kodiak off the rip. And then just little slight mistakes. They got picked apart. It's so hard to watch. So, man, they're going to have to really be hoping and praying tomorrow, man, because with 5 games to go and Kodiak sitting out, some teams are going to soak up some serious points.
Yeah, for some boys, I mean, if we have to give them any props, I think the main props that I have to give is something that I mentioned earlier in the day is that going into today, after day 1, that team ended up having more placement points than actual elimination points. Here on day 2, this team was able to absolutely flip it. Ended up with more eliminations than placement points. So you can see the urgency was there. They started adjusting a little bit more to what the lobby was giving them. But we don't know if that's going to be enough. And honestly, with the way that some of these other teams are currently playing out of their squads, we don't know if it's going to be enough. So make sure you tune in tomorrow because anything can happen at the PMCO. All right, Jukes? I honestly, I'm trying to think here of ideas, of scenarios, Jukes, of who's not going to make it from that Group C, of what tomorrow at the end of the day is going to be looking like. And it's just a toss-up.
It really is, man. There's so many different scenarios I could possibly think of. Like, Skip Zone's already good after just 1 game of play, to be real, right? So a team like them, who isn't even at the top of the leaderboards playing tomorrow, they can have kind of fun and just decide which ones don't. So, dude, if you guys don't have tomorrow marked down your calendars, make sure you do because, man, it's going to be fun to watch. Look at T's performance, though. Goodness gracious. 16 eliminations, 2,100 damage. I mean, I think we've hyped Kodiak just the right amount, 7. Just the right amount here.
Well deserved. What's crazy too is that this man, remember when they got what was it, 24 eliminations in that Erangel? He ended up with 9. So good to see that T from Kodiak was able to back up his performance from yesterday. Now that's back-to-back MVP's performances, T. Let's see if we can also bring that back when we end up going to the finals, because tomorrow they're just going to be taking notes. They're going to be looking at everything that's going on.
Yeah, they are. They are. And I don't know what notes they're going to take besides just who's dropping where, because, I mean, these guys ran with it here in this one. Like I said, it's kind of a good and bad thing. It's so good because they've marked their stamp that, hey, come finals time, wherever we land, don't come near us. But they've also hyped themselves so much, dude, that I'm expecting so much for them in the finals.
And now we don't really have that sponge point, Jukes. That team is not going to be there. And before we end it, I mean, I'm trying to set it up here for the sponge point. A lot of more opportunities for the other teams. Anything that you want to, any final thoughts you have?
Dude, tomorrow's going to be a great show, honestly. I don't know what's going to happen. With Kodiak sitting out and so many teams desperate for points, it's going to be crazy up to the last game.
I'm excited. I'm excited. We have gotten some insane improvements from day 1 to day 2 and day 3. It's going to bring in the heat with Group A and Group C. So make sure you mark it on your calendar. Set up an alarm on your phones, whatever it is, or just tell your parents to wake you up, or your wife, whatever the case might be, because we'll be here. My name is the 7WG alongside Hot Jukes. This is the PMCO EEU Season 2. And make sure you tune in tomorrow for Day 3. See you tomorrow.